Lights out, old friend.
We have always known war. It forged our empire. Turned heroes into queens and kings. And decimated our foes. Now our oaths are lost, forsaken. And you must face the monsters our sins have borne. Is an oath worth the weight of a crown?
Constellation Starship Frontier. We have you on scanners. Performing remote systems check. Helium-3 tanks check. Seals are intact. We are still go.
They say, the wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family. What you've found, it's the key to unlocking everything.
We reach your Constellation.
This is all we've been working towards.
Jemison route looks good.
We've come to the beginning of humanity's final journey.
Prepare for departure. Graviton loop array full check. Your space lane is clear.
That's why we're here.
Main engines go. Ignition.
To discover what's out there.
Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
Oh, everyone. I'm gonna have to take you apart again. Hey, Dev, anything interesting?
Aliens exist too. Mandible, 25 centimeters. Dramatically elongated.
Go on, make yourself useful.
So, that was fun, right?
That's your cue, mate!
Sleep tight.
You know what this reminds me of? My time in the Himalayas!
Betty's later, Dad!
You think they can't kill you anytime they want?
Hey, asshole!
In the field in Redfall, Massachusetts. Behind me, we are witnessing clear signs of cult activity as the locals engage in
Hey!
Really hope the video was worth it.
Everybody, fall back!
People need to know what happened.
Layla, with me! Get me on the roof, now!
Thank you, Layla. You're the best. Oh, Jacob, don't even mention it.
Women! Now or never!
Where's the other one? Where'd it go?
Give me a taste. That bad.
Bloody hell.
Taste this, cabrona!
Watching you.
Ah! Jacob, there's something.
Thumb goes through rabbit's arm.
Oh, shit. Dev's gonna love this one. You better have a plan, Jacob!
Yep. Don't miss.
Don't touch me!
Look! A new one!
Vivo, venate! Go, go!
Kill me. End me. You can't break the blood trends. It's only just begun.
I think there's vampire in this.
Really? What does it taste like? Be specific.
Like blood and death. And strawberry.
Sun's coming up. Let's keep moving.
Let's keep moving.
Sure thing, Edgar Allan Bro.
That's a good one.
Do you think things will ever go back to normal?
Would you want to go back to normal?
Not if I still have to pay my student loans.
Would you like to get genius abilities or control robots with your mind?
Don't worry, honey. I'm okay. The procedure went well.
Today it's just a matter of getting a polymer injection to become the human of tomorrow.
There's a man in the facility. He's armed, and he's equipped with an experimental polymer glove. We have no chance.
Become a part of the collective and acquire true superpowers.
Hey, soldier. Wake up. You okay?
I'm okay.
Get up.
Want to learn Chinese in 5 minutes? Or maybe get a PhD in quantum physics in just 1 hour? With the launch of the Collective 2.0, all this knowledge will be available to anyone!
Arriving shortly at your destination with an ETA of 11:47.
Shut up! Why the hell should I believe you all?
We've got 30 seconds. Let's go.
30 seconds to what?
And then it's total Biap his dad, son. That's what.
Going on?
The robots are out of control. They're killing everyone.
We know who's behind this.
You have to stop this nightmare now.
Humanity is doomed to eternal slavery. In 2 days, he will become unstoppable.
Do not believe him.
I don't even know who to believe anymore.
These things... where do they come from?
From all of us. From what we do to him.
Can you stop it?
I don't know. But he's my brother. And I would die for him.
Как спали. Ну, чё там?
Готово.
Ну и пошли они нахрен.
Спасибо тебе. Ты многим сталкерам жизнь спас.
Ну, давай, малюй картину маслом. Вот поэтому я ни в какие разборки и не лезу. Не хочу пулю поймать.
Ну, не знаю. Между аномалией и маслиной я уже лучше пулю выберу.
Я прям вижу красоту эту. Не первый год в зоне, вроде примелькалась уже, а каждый день удивляет.
Зона надоесть не может. Говорят, ты знаешь, где вход в фундамент.
Узнаешь мотив? Слышал? Вот это культура! А ты одно и то же по кругу лобаешь.
Сам же просишь. У меня музучилище, если что.
О, месье, прошу прощения. Может, вам к ученым? Профессура. Они вам лабораторию найдут.
Да пошел ты.
Зря ты так с друзьями. Ты же его на вылазки таскаешь.
Чего-чего, а дружбы в зоне я точно не встречал.
Это верно.
Он мучился?
Нет.
Это хорошо. Он этого не заслужил.
А пулю заслужил. Жаль, что ты так с ним поступил.
Мне тоже. Считаешь, я не думал, как обойтись без его смерти? Она не могла быть свободна, пока он жил. Зато теперь посмотри на нее. Нет, Скиф, я не отдам ее никому. Зона дала мне жизнь, новую жизнь. Жизнь, которую я готов вернуть, если потребуется. Я буду защищать ее. Всегда. Охренеть.
Похоже, пора.
И куда ты теперь?
В Припять. Нужно с ним поговорить.
Удачной охоты, сталкер.
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
We will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us. You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. We will embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. You may see them as gods, but we will show you what lies behind their eyes.
Wait. Listen. It's coming. He's here. Knows my name. He can smell your fear. Teases. It knows our name. How does it know our name?
To risk your own life for what you believe is your sacrifice to make. To lead others to death brings a different kind of burden. One that Senua would have to learn to bear.
Smell their fear.
He's here. Death is coming.
Look at the bones.
Death is coming.
Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone. No one's ever killed a giant before. What makes you think you can stay down?
Those whose eyes are clouded by fear are besieged by the ghosts that haunt them. Senua saw that to win the war we must break this siege. Break it with an unshakable truth. Break it with an impossible feat.
Get ready. It's about to start. Get ready. Now's the moment. Get ready. You can do this. First the iron, then fire. Yes. Yes. Now! Yes!
Varric! Harold!
It's me it wants to kill.
Attack!
under the wide and starry sky. Dig the grave and let me lie.
Amicia, come!
Hugo, I'm right behind you!
Glad did I live, and gladly die. And I laid me down with a will.
Impossible.
This be the verse you grave for me.
Come on, you've seen worse than this.
Here he lies, where he longed to be. Home is the sailor, home from sea, and the hunter, home from the hill.
I don't know what's happening to me, Lucas. I feel my mind going.
I know. Think of your brother. We have to carry on.
Oh no. What have you done?
Play it day one with Xbox Game Pass.
The world is filled with stories of legendary heroes and treacherous villains, of fantastical creatures and wondrous places where nature and magic live in perfect harmony. Not all stories have happy endings. But yours has yet to be written.
remember when everything changed. The floods, the storms, the fires, people dying in the streets. The corporations gave us solutions. A better world. And we welcomed them into our lives. But the laws of nature aren't meant to be broken. We need to know what they're hiding.
Cruel world.
Did you find the answers you were looking for, Agent Dark?
Not yet. This is just the beginning.
Rim clear. Coming out.
Shadow 1 moving to the southeast stairwell. Scorers, right side! Two above. Balcony door undone.
Ghost, we're moving to the main deck. What's your status?
Boarding the ship with Shadow 3 now.
Roger that.
Man down! Rush out! We need to move fast. All Shadows, force out. I want eyes on that container now. Two copies, moving.
Gotta roll.
Shadow 1, Ghost. Visual on flares coming from the ring. What's your status, over?
Ghost, they're signaling the ship. They're gonna launch that missile.
It's first stage. There's no time. All shadows. Missile is on the helipad. 2-1, we're moving to secure. Cover us. 2 copies off.
Clear.
Actual, this is Shadow 1. Rig is secure. Moving on the container now.
Roger that. Confirm when the objective is neutralized.
Open.
Where are the controls?
On that damn ship. Actual, we got a problem. Missile is armed. Controls are somewhere on the ship.
You have your orders, son. Stop that launch.
Let's move out! Ghost, this is Zero 1 back in the water, inbound to your position!
Solid copy, we're taking effective fire. The LZ will be hot.
Roger that! Once we're on deck, we push to the bridge! Fast! Secure those controls! Stop this vessel, yep! How do we board? Take the ramp! Hold tight, Sergeant! Let's have ourselves a gunfight! Missile controls are on the bridge! Have to stop the launch!
Alejandro, maintain Overwatch from the rig. We're forcing up. Copy that.
Reloading!
They're forcing up! I'm moving!
Containers are the only cover we have.
Just don't get caught between them! Entry on the 3rd! We have to get to that door! Check your corner!
Watch the containers! X-ray down!
Force right! Shadow 1, the missile's for launch. How far are you from the bridge? This is 1! We're pushing towards the entry now! Copy that. They closed off the bridge entry! Secure the deck and we'll blow the door!
Visual on bridge entry.
Check it. Controls are internal. All right, stand back. This is Shadow 1 going explosive on bridge entry. 3, 2, 1, execute!
Pre-order now and get early access to the open beta.
Started from the bottom and I'll never look back.
You ready? Hope you're not a sore loser.
Round one. Fight.
Load it up! I'm not done yet! One of a kind! Perfect! Give me a foot! In my world, we're all feeling it.
Round two. Fight.
Uppercut! You basic. Let's go!
Final round. Fight.
Perfect! Give me a break!
Jamie wins. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Final round. Fight. Chun-Li wins!
You know what they say. If you rock the boat, prepare to get washed.
Round 2. Fight!
Load it up!
Jamie wins!
Hey now, where you going? Up you go!
Now you understand. Don't underestimate me.
Round 2. Fight!
Hands off! Lightning kicks!
Chun-Li wins!
Good day for a swell battle. You're up!
to go. Lights out, old friend.
We have always known war. It forged our empire. Turned heroes into queens and kings. And decimated our foes. Now our oaths are lost, forsaken. and you must face the monsters our sins have borne. Is an oath worth the weight of a crown?
Constellation Starship Frontier. We have you on scanners. Performing remote systems check. Helium-3 tanks check. Seals are intact. We are still go.
They say, the wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family. What you've found, it's the key to unlocking everything.
We reach your Constellation.
This is all we've been working towards.
Jemison route looks good.
We've come to the beginning of humanity's final journey.
Prepare for departure. Graviton loop array spool check. Your space lane is clear.
That's why we're here.
Main engines go. Ignition.
To discover what's out there.
Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
Pobre bribón. I'm gonna have to take you apart again. Hey, Dev, anything interesting?
Yes, exist too. Handable, 25 centimeters. Dramatically elongated.
Go on, make yourself useful.
So, that was fun, right?
That's your cue, mate! Sleep tight. You know what this reminds me of? My time in the Himalayas!
Betty's later, Dad!
You think they can't kill you anytime they want?
Hey, asshole! How do we always get into this shit?
In the field in Redfall, Massachusetts. Behind me, we are witnessing clear signs of cult activity as the locals engage.
Hey!
Really hope the video was worth it.
Everybody, fall back! People need to know what happened. Layla, with me! Get me on the roof, now!
Thank you, Layla. You're the best. Oh, Jacob, don't even mention it.
Come in! Now or never!
Where's the other one? Where'd it go?
Give me
Dev's gonna love this one.
You better have a plan, Jacob! Yep. Don't miss.
Don't touch me!
Look! A new one!
Vivo, Fernande, go, go!
Kill me, and you can't break the blood trance. It's only just begun.
I think there's vampire in this.
Really? What does it taste like? Be specific.
Like blood and death. And strawberry.
Sun's coming up. Let's keep moving.
Let's keep moving.
Sure thing, Edgar Allan Bro.
That's a good one.
Do you think things will ever go back to normal?
Would you want to go back to normal?
Not if I still have to pay my student loans.
Would you like to get genius abilities or control robots with your mind?
Don't worry, honey. I'm okay. The procedure went well.
Today it's just a matter of getting a polymer injection to become the human of tomorrow.
There's a man in the facility. He's armed, and he's equipped with an experimental polymer glove. We have no chance.
Become a part of the collective and acquire true superpowers.
Hey, soldier. Wake up. You okay?
I'm okay.
Get up.
Want to learn Chinese in 5 minutes? Or maybe get a PhD in quantum physics in just 1 hour? With the launch of the Collective 2.0, all this knowledge will be available to anyone!
Arriving shortly at your destination with an ETA of 11:47.
Shut up! Why the hell should I believe you all?
We've got 30 seconds. Let's go.
30 seconds to what?
And then it's total Biap his dad, son. That's what.
Going on?
The robots are out of control. They're killing everyone.
We know who's behind this.
You have to stop this nightmare now.
Humanity is doomed to eternal slavery. In 2 days, you will become unstoppable.
Do not believe them.
I don't even know who to believe anymore. You've got 2 days, son. Don't let me down.
These things, where do they come from?
From all of us. From what we do to him.
Can you stop it?
I don't know. But he's my brother. And I would die for him.
deras ord och vävas leva i mig så vi lagar att täcka härja våra projekt deras ord och vävas leva i mig så vi lagar att täcka härja våra projekt deras ord och vävas leva i mig så vi lagar att täcka härja.
Ля как шпарит.
Ну, чё там?
Готово.
Ну и пошли они нахрен.
Спасибо тебе. Ты многим сталкерам жизнь спас.
Ну, давай, малюй картину маслом. Вот поэтому я ни в какие разборки и не лезу. Не хочу пулю поймать.
Ну, не знаю. Между аномалией и маслиной я уже лучше пулю выберу.
Вот ты говоришь, а я прям вижу красоту эту. Не первый год в зоне, вроде примелькалась уже, а каждый день удивляет.
Зона надоесть не может. Говорят, ты знаешь, где вход в фундамент.
Узнаешь мотив? Слышал? Вот это культура! А ты одно и то же по кругу лобаешь.
Сам же просишь. У меня музучилище, если что.
О, месье, прошу прощения. Может, вам к ученым? Профессура. Они вам лабораторию найдут.
Да пошел ты.
Зря ты так с друзьями. Ты же его на вылазки таскаешь.
Чего-чего, а дружбы в зоне я точно не встречал.
Это верно.
Он мучился?
Нет.
Это хорошо. Он этого не заслужил.
А пулю заслужил. Жаль, что ты так с ним поступил.
Мне тоже. Считаешь, я не думал, как обойтись без его смерти? Она не могла быть свободна, пока он жил. Зато теперь посмотри на нее. Нет, Скиф. Я не отдам ее никому. Зона дала мне жизнь. Новую жизнь. Жизнь, которую я готов вернуть, если потребуется. Я буду защищать ее. Всегда. Охренеть.
Похоже, пора.
И куда ты теперь?
В Припять. Нужно с ним поговорить.
Удачной охоты, сталкер.
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us. You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. Embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief, and break their siege of our minds. You may see them as gods, but we will show you what lies behind their eyes.
Wait. Listen. It's coming. He's here. That's my name. He can smell your fear. Teases. It knows our name. How does it know our name?
To risk your own life for what you believe is your sacrifice to make. To lead others to death brings a different kind of burden. One that Senua would have to learn to bear.
smell their fear.
He's here. Death is coming.
Look at the bones.
Death is coming.
Look at the bones. That's going to be you. That's going to be everyone. No one's ever killed a giant before. What makes you think you can stay down?
Those whose eyes are clouded by fear are besieged by the ghosts that haunt them. Senua saw that to win the war we must break this siege. Break it with an unshakable truth. Break it with an impossible feat.
Get ready. It's about to start.
Get ready.
Now's the moment. Get ready.
You can do this.
First the iron, then fire. Yes. Yes.
Now! Yes!
Varric! Harold!
It's me it wants to kill.
Help me!
He's seen you. She's
I know you. He needs you.
Under the wide and starry sky, dig the grave and let me lie.
Amicia, come!
Hugo, I'm right behind you!
Glad did I live, and gladly die, and I laid me down with a will.
Impossible.
This be the verse you grave for me.
Come on, you've seen worse than this.
Here he lies, where he longed to be. Home is the sailor, home from sea, and the hunter, home from the hill.
mind going.
I know. Think of your brother. We have to carry on.
Oh no. What have you done?
Play it day one with Xbox Game Pass.
Welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest 2022. I'm Curran Davina. That's Devontae Chisholm. But we're not alone. We're about to see the Xbox Showcase, and joining us today is Lucy James.
Hello, hello, hello.
And Timur Hussein.
What up, what up, what up?
What up, what up, what up? They've had an exciting week because they've been on the show floor. They've been seeing stuff. They've been playing things and meeting people and high-fiving folks. I don't know if they've been doing that. I just know that's what I would have been doing.
I mean, hey, they did give out Summer Game Fest branded antibacterial
high five
stuff.
Gloves.
So the high fives are back on the table.
Antibacterial high five gloves. But today is a day I've been anticipating, a day I've been waiting for.
I think a lot of people have.
We had I admittedly think I'm a little bit more. No, I'm not even. I'm going to be unabashed. I'm more giddy about today than I was the launch of Summer Game Fest. I was excited for the launch of Summer Game Fest. I was excited for Keeley's big old kickoff into the Festival of Gaming. But I can't help that after every single conference, I'd be like, you know what? But Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday's a big day. So Tam, I'm going to kick it off to you first. What is? I know this isn't the closeout for the festival because we have Capcom tomorrow, and then we have an extended showcase for Xbox on Tuesday. But what do you think, based on what you've seen, what you've had hands-on time with, because we've done a bit of that, Xbox Bethesda Showcase has to bring to kind of tie the celebration together?
I think that the thing that Xbox currently has to kind of keep in mind is the same thing that they've had to for most of the generations so far, is the first party titles. There hasn't been abundance of them, and the narrative around the platform and the company certainly has been, they've got a good hardware, they've got some good services, but the games are still somewhat lacking in the first party department. Obviously that kind of perspective discounts all the really cool stuff that's been coming from non-first party titles and are coming to Game Pass and are free and really doing cool things. But you know, gamers, for an event like this, we want bombast, we want big names, we want a big deal, and I think that hopefully Xbox will have some of that to show. We know certainly that there are a bunch of games in development that could potentially show up, like Hellblade and Avowed and that kind of stuff. Starfield as well, obviously, because this is a combined showcase with Bethesda. But I think what they really need is a few surprises. Something that is either a big deal that is coming soon, or something, barring that is a major deal that is coming in the future, to kind of commandeer and command the conversation around Xbox from this point on.
Lucy, what is that surprise? What's the surprise you need to hip hooray?
The surprise that I need? Oh God, I don't know. I mean, like Tam said, you know, Xbox made a big show and dance a few years ago about buying a bunch of new studios, getting them in under the Xbox first party umbrella, and we've yet to really see the big return on that investment just yet. And obviously now with Bethesda, we are also, you know, there's the Activision Blizzard deal. So they've managed to get all of this talent, and I'm waiting for the big secretly, I really hope it's going to be Fable. We caught a glimpse of that when 2020. We saw that very, very quick animated little short. It wasn't even gameplay or indicative of gameplay. It was like a little tonal piece. And so I would love to know what the Playground team has been doing with Fable all this time, or maybe even, you know, Perfect Dark. You know, it's kind of like we've had these promises of returning to classic Xbox franchises, and I just want to see what that's going to look like.
That's the thing, is like we have a long list of things we know are being made that we heard about years ago. Avowed, Perfect Dark, we've got a big announcement. We have Fable, Indiana Jones. Then of course there's Hellblade 2, which we know is a thing that exists. We've actually seen, you know, what they consider gameplay of it. Starfield, which was supposed to come out this year, delayed. Redfall, we haven't seen anything yet. But then there's these other studios like Compulsion that they bought from like, you know, the We Happy Few developers. And I know like people have mixed feelings on We Happy Few, but for what it's worth, like I think that game has like is still distinct. I think Compulsion is distinct in the few things they've done, but we haven't seen anything. But on top of that, they're just buying things up. We have Activision Blizzard. And Devontae, what do you think? Like, the deal's not done. It's not closed. But what does that mean? Like, what do you think? How much of it do you think we're going to see? Do you think we're going to see more Call of Duty? Do you think Call of Duty is going to double dip?
No. I don't think we're going to see Call of Duty at all at this. And if we do, it's just going to be a really short, like 30-second type of reminder of just like, hey, it's a thing.
Did you know this game comes out once a year?
Like, that's all it's really going to be. If they had like maybe teased something about like a multiplayer reveal, then sure, you know, we get the campaign at Keeley's conference, and then over here maybe some multiplayer or even like Warzone 2. But it clearly seems like they're not ready to show that part yet. So I don't think we see any of it.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like Bethesda, I think even before that deal was closed, it was like last year's was like it was still the Bethesda Xbox Showcase. And that's when we saw like, I mean, we got to look at Ghostwire Tokyo. Oh, no, actually, no, we didn't. I'm making that up because Ghostwire Tokyo is a PS5 exclusive. Don't mind me, kids. Don't mind me, folks. But, I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, there's a few studios in the mix that, like, Double Fine just did Psychonauts 2 last year, and, like, I don't plan on seeing anything they're going to be doing.
DLC?
Maybe. The way that game ended with, like, it'll let you wander around a bit. It'll let you do something. But I know, Lucy, you said Fable. But I mean, what do you think about Activision Blizzard? Like, what do you think about seeing like whether or not we're going to see if they're going to have an extra presence here, or if they're going to dip back and kind of chill out for a bit?
I think it would make sense. I think just in terms of that acquisition in general, obviously Activision Blizzard had a very troubled past few years, and so it'll be interesting to see, and I hopefully, you know, Microsoft overseeing it will help that place get back to where it needs to be. But I think in terms of actually looking at the portfolio, I hate myself for saying that, but like, you know, we know that for Xbox, it is not just about the console. It is about the ecosystem. It is about Game Pass. It is about it's about cloud gaming. It's about letting you play your games wherever you are, whether that is on your phone, your console, or even in your PC. Blizzard, obviously, with a storied history of making predominantly PC games, is a very, very clever fit. Do I expect to see more today? Would love to. But I mean, it's down to that question. You know, E3s of past, you would frequently get games and developers double dipping. God, remember like that Kingdom Hearts year? Kingdom Hearts is on like 3 or 4 different showcases. I'd be interested to see if we had the same treatment from Call of Duty, but I think COD is such a juggernaut that it doesn't necessarily need to have that. It has enough brand awareness and recognition. We know it's pretty much the same time, pretty much every year. And Modern Warfare 2 elicits a lot of excitement. It's an entry that people know. People know the Modern Warfare games. So I'm not sure. I'd be very interested. I'm like, Blizzard has a lot of stuff in the pipeline. Like they kind of stealth announced a game last year, and while I would love to see more from that project, it was obviously like a hiring call out. I don't think we will, but there are many projects in the pipeline across all of Microsoft and soon to be Microsoft that we could potentially see today.
Yeah, you gonna say something, Devontae?
Yeah, I feel like we won't see anything new. We won't see Call of Duty, but this may be a moment where. Even though the deal's not closed, they announce like at least part of their library of games are available on Game Pass. Even if it is just the Call of Duties to just be like, here, get ready for the new one. You can play them on Game Pass now. So that might be something. That's my little wild prediction there.
Tam, off the top of your head, how many games are coming to Game Pass today?
I think it's going to be 38.
38?
38 new Game Pass games.
38 new Game Pass games. Lucy?
Oh, yeah, probably 25.
25.
Or like, I don't know, you know,
So
just we've
I'm
added...
going to make a note of this to make sure we're doing prices right. Devontae?
I mean...
40.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay.
Lucy, what were you about to say?
No, I was going to say it's difficult to know because they kind of said that they're done with the backwards compatibility. Not done with the backwards compatibility program, but I think they said like that catalog is complete. And so in terms of Game Pass stuff, maybe they're just going to dip in from that. I don't know, but you know,
I'm going to say
always
5.
intrigued.
Whoa.
5. I don't know.
Okay.
You literally work on the Game Pass show. You should have a better idea than any of us.
I mean, no
about
matter
how many
what,
cycle in and out every
they're-
month.
No matter what they're putting, you know, usually like recently they've been a little better where they like put out like 5 newish games, and then there's a lot that they're adding to like the cloud. There are a lot they're adding to like they're adding touch controls to the phone and all that jibber jabber. So it's like, you know, I'm just saying 5 because everyone's going real high. If I'm being honest, maybe 10.
It's probably more likely
5 is
like
locked in.
8 or something like that.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see if, like, obviously there's an EA Play element to Game Pass Ultimate now. If they maybe got something from another publisher where it was like, and now you can play all of
Yeah, like Ubisoft Plus.
Sega's games. I don't know.
Show up.
We'll see. Tam, I think Lucy mentioned this kind of like, you know, we have had a kind of like an exodus, or so we know, from the initiative, and that like, you know, things are a little rocky from like down what we know, murmurs of like what's going on there, management changes, things happening up top, and then on top of that, it's like, you know, we all know that there's a lot of things being worked out at Blizzard. And then recently we also got news, you know, that the Fallout 76 development, and I know that's like years and years in the past, but I think like, what do you think in just terms of culturally work, like, you know, Xbox recently, Phil Spencer's been pretty good at announcing like giving people time and space to make the things they need to make, and like make sure that like they're doing the best they can, and what do you think they need to address today in terms of just the entire scope for the rest of the industry?
Yeah, I think the thing that they will naturally do is the same thing that a lot of development studios have been doing, and it's an honest thing to say, and it's tricky for us and many people watching as a pill to swallow, because the kind of like the fact of the matter is the development cycles and development process has been in upheaval for a bunch of years now. I mean, development of games is a mixture of luck and fortuity and skill and more luck and a whole load of more luck, and in the best of scenarios it takes a lot of like hard work, effort in the ideal conditions to make a game happen. It's basically video games are made of magic, and having to do that in a scenario where no one can be near each other for extended periods of time, and you know, development pipelines are kind of disrupted by remote work and COVID and that kind of stuff. It's tricky, like, but it is a fact of the world. It's a reality of the world, and games are being impacted in a major way. Obviously, as people outside who are just mainly focused on the end product, it's much harder for us to kind of deal with that and accept that as a kind of like, cool, we can factor that in. But I imagine that they will make reference to that again and say, hey, we're still working in that same scenario, you know, we're not all back in studios where we take it seriously still, you know, we're not trying to force people back into work. I don't expect it to be a thing that they go into in too much detail. I think it's good to remind folks just to temper expectations and kind of provide the necessary context to give their developers a kind of a kind of way to address the fact that things are taking long. But I think Microsoft, like a lot of companies, will want to say like, hey, we're making these games, we're making them under difficult conditions, and we don't want to put our developers at risk. So here's what it is, and you just have to kind of deal with it.
And look, like Starfield had that legendary date. Like they were going all in on 11/11, and they delayed it.
Yeah.
So they're missing it. But like,
always,
fine.
It's
They
always
don't.
11/11 next year.
Fine. Get Miyamoto, insert like a Miyamoto PNG head here.
Yeah, well,
No.
I mean, I think everyone at this point look, if you've been watching this week's coverage of Summer Game Fest between like the actual like the kickoff day, followed with Guerrilla Games and Wholesome Direct and Tribeca and Devolver and Future Game Show. There's a lot of stuff coming out this year.
Yeah,
like
a lot of things to add to your list.
Like there's never. I know that we all want like the big AAA, like big bim bam boom Starfield. We've been hearing about it. What's this? Come on, give me this Starfield. I want Fallout in space. Everything's space related, anyways. We can take a break. We can take a breather. Maybe Starfield's just gonna be the one that puts the bookend on
space.
On
and
space.
That's it.
Who knows? But I mean, they're not. Bethesda certainly, or at least Xbox Bethesda. You know, they're certainly not. Hopefully, lessons have been learned. Just not from them with Fallout 76, but across the industry with things like Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
And like we didn't even get to we don't even know what Redfall looks like. And as Arcane friends, buddies, me and Lucy Tam, we like Arcane games. You want to see Redfall today, Lucy? I'm just gonna say you do.
I do. I mean, I was obviously there was like a very kind of like a tone piece sort of trailer from a couple of years ago when they first announced it, but not really anything that would really give away what that game was going to be. It was meant to come out this summer. It also got delayed along with Starfield. I love Arcane games, and I think just the premise of this is so un-Arcane that I'm really intrigued to see what they're going to do to give it, you know, Arcane has that special sauce, and so I'm very intrigued to see what they're going to do, and I really hope it's here today. But, you know, I think as well, you know, they've made the decision to delay stuff. I guess, you know, 10 years ago when Skyrim was released, and it was like, yeah, this is one of the best games I've made. It's also buggy as hell. It doesn't fly anymore. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not charming anymore. It's people get really, really mad about it, and obviously we saw what happened with Cyberpunk, and obviously with Fallout 76. And I think you're totally right that they just want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Game development is so much more expensive. And so to, you know, in a world of Steam refunds and all that kind of stuff, better to delay to make sure it's the best thing you can possibly have. So I'm fine that Redfall and Starfield have been delayed. I really do want to see both of them today, especially because Starfield, they're releasing these, like, you know, Todd and a couple other guys, just like very in-depth thoughts about the philosophy of what the game is going to be. But I need to see more of it. I'm done with looking at like a little piece of concept art with a bit of Ken Burns motion on it. You know, I want to see what that game's going to look like. I want to understand what I will be doing when I'm playing.
Yeah. I mean, I think like so much of what Xbox and Bethesda is trying to, or what Xbox is trying to do, is like they're just rounding out Game Pass. Game Pass has been rounding out month after month, and I think Arcane this is pure speculation. It's like this Redfall is the most not Arcane. It's just something Arcane hasn't done.
Yeah,
and like
at least from what we know so far about it.
And like, you know, Deathloop is like kind of like the closest we can give. Like, you know, like that's like a glimmer of something they've done with multiplayer. But of what, you know, it's like, and then you also said this, Lucy, it's like we've been getting a lot of like mood pieces, a lot of vibe checks for what we're seeing.
The vibe check.
A lot of vibe.
What is the vibe check? It's horror in space.
Yeah, I'm talking about like, it's and frogs. I don't know if you tuned in yesterday at all. It's frog space horror.
I saw the frog discourse on Twitter. I missed the showcase, but I saw everyone posting about frog. No, but just like discourse. You know, it's the year of the frog.
Yeah. What discourse is that?
Discourse can have a positive spin.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's my
positive. But we're just so used to it not being.
Yeah,
we need more. Come on, bring the inclusion of frogs in the mix. Put them in the space horror game.
What? This is more talk about frogs than I've ever heard in my life in one space. This is
get ready. It's only going up from here.
Yeah, I was about to say every game we're going to review is going to be frog game.
I was going to say end the show with Untitled Frog Game.
Yeah, Untitled Frog Game.
I mean, think about Fable. That little cinematic vibe check that had a frog in it too. So if we see Fable today, there might be a frog.
If anything, I just want to give a shout out to everyone who has a frog phobia, because I know you're out there and I hear you. I don't have it.
Yeah.
Is it because of how slimy they can feel?
I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of one person I know personally.
It's like, you know, that's a frog phobia.
If there's one of them, I know there's another one. What'd you say?
Name and shame. Who's this frog phobia?
I'm not gonna shame this frog phobic individual. If he's watching, you know who you are.
Yeah,
it could be 100 of you or one. Of the vibe checks we've gotten over the past couple of years, Devontae.
Yes.
What do you want to see beyond the vibe check? You want to see the plate check of?
Come
on.
I mean, what I really want to see today is Forza because I love I love those games. So Forza Motorsport, give me a release date, window, whatever.
Bam.
I want to see DLC for Horizon.
Bam.
And then I want to get weird and have them announce a new Via Pinata.
Hell yeah!
You're talking about rounding out Game Pass. Let's get some more family-friendly stuff in there. As if I have kids that I need to play.
You have a dog?
But yeah, put it on there for my dog.
Oh, you could play it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Tam, what do you want to see beyond the vibe check?
I don't know. I don't know if the question right now should be what do we want to see as much as who do we want to see.
Phil Spencer.
Breaking right now. Jeff Keighley tweeted, Xbox has teased that a special guest will come out 10 minutes before the briefing screening here in LA. So a special guest is expected to attend the briefing before it begins, and presumably will be included as part of the briefing too. So the question is, who is it going to be? Not what is it going to be. What do I want to see at the show? And I don't know. Could be anyone. I would love to see Todd the God Howard there. That would be pretty good. Obviously, rumors have been swirling about one young Japanese upstart video game designer. Has a few interesting ideas. His name's Hideo Kojima. We'll see how far this young whippersnapper can go in this world, in this industry. It's a dog world. I don't know if he's ready for it, but if he showed up, that would be pretty cool.
And then Lucy gets to see Overdosed.
Yeah, there has been some rumors, speculation, and leaks about him working with Microsoft. So maybe now's the time.
Lucy, who do you think it's going to be? Who's going to be?
Who? So I mean, I do also want to say, young Chris Morris on our team has said he would like to see a new Banjo-Kazooie. So I'm just throwing that out there, manifesting it for Chris.
Phil Spencer played it for like 30 minutes last week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
God, I would hate to be an executive to have every single thing you do completely overanalyzed by the internet. Phil just wanted to play a game. But no, in terms of who I would like to see, if it's going to be someone like Todd, if it's going to be Kojima, that'd be great. I would like to throw a name out into the mix. Obviously, 2022 has been the year of Elden Ring. Elden Ring has been, it was at Jeff's thing last year, but it was on Xbox a few years ago when it first got announced. Is Miyazaki going to be here to talk about maybe downloadable content? Because everyone is clamoring for it. So that would be amazing. I know that Miyazaki is not really a fan of doing a whole public appearance thing. So him being the special guest, maybe not. But it would be cool to see.
It'd be great if instead of Miyazaki revealing the DLC, they had Jeff Keighley come on to say that Miyazaki is revealing the DLC. And then he reveals it. And now Jeff Keighley has become the conduit for two major Japanese video game designers.
Jeff Keighley has become the conduit for everything you love.
Yeah.
I know.
Be careful. Jeff Keighley's probably going to say his best friend in the next video is going to be Miyazaki.
Yeah.
We did a video. You should check it out on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/GameSpot. We did 20 questions with Jeff Keighley. First question, who's his best friend? Without even thinking about it, I said Kojima.
Oh, didn't even blink.
Yeah, didn't even blink. Next year, it's going to be Miyazaki.
Yeah. He didn't even mention
Joseph Fares is in contention.
Yeah, I want to see Joseph. I mean, he's it's probably too soon. And I don't think, he would probably be more to be walk on Summer Game Fest Showcase and Game Awards than Xbox. I just want Miyazaki to come out and say, thank you. And then watch it and then walk out. And that's it. And then if Phil Spencer just stood on stage and didn't say anything for 90 minutes, you got me.
I think the ultimate power play one day would be a developer gets big enough. Miyazaki could probably do it. That they announce the arrival. They come out of one door, immediately walk across the stage, and leave out the other door. And there's no further and no words. They just walk across.
Just walk by and wave.
Everyone's like,
just walk by and wave. They just have like a graduation ceremony. Everyone who have Todd Howard come by. Maybe he's handing out the Declaration of Independence.
What? I don't know. All right, I have someone I want.
All right, let it rip.
Yeah, I want the lights to come up slowly, and then Herman Hulst to walk out and announce that Xbox and PlayStation are becoming one.
Are getting married.
They're getting married, and there's no more exclusives or anything. It's just called X Station Game Pass.
Okay.
And everything is unified.
Clearly, we know what's going to happen. All four of us.
This just in. The guest that Jeff Keighley was teasing was, in fact, Big Phil.
That's it. That's it.
Big Phil showed up.
Are you joking?
No. Phil Spencer showed up and is like, dude, who else did you expect? Of course it's me.
Unbelievable. Oh, wait, hang on.
Wait,
Yeah,
he
Phil
really
Spencer
just-
says
did just
Xbox
tweet that?
Bethesda will have the most gameplay they've ever shown in a briefing.
Ooh, exciting.
Okay. But also,
Not to mention that we have an extended look on Tuesday.
I'm still whenever we'll have to see. Whenever they throw that, we're gonna have the most gameplay. We're gonna show a lot of gameplay,
And it's all going to be streamed on a Samsung TV.
like
Played live.
I'm always like, but what's that gameplay? We'll see.
I mean,
Samsung might show up though. Maybe that's the special guest. That Samsung TV
Samsung
rolls
TV
out.
is going to roll out.
Mr. Samsung.
I mean, I will say, like, there are things that I want that I've been very eager to see. I want Wolfenstein 3 so bad. That'd be
God,
so
same.
bad. Wolfenstein 2 is like probably top 3 like game of the year 2017 for me. Like that year was so good because we had Hellblade, which is also up there for me. Which I don't know if we're gonna see more of Hellblade 2 today. Like, I don't want to see more of it. I'd rather have us not see more of it. If anything, if we get like a release date, that'd be fine. But even then,
don't want it like with a big chunk of gameplay in the front of it.
No. I love that. I love Hellblade too much, and so much of that first time experience was just like going in blind and not knowing a thing about it.
You know what I do think we will see? GoldenEye.
GoldenEye.
Oh God, yeah.
For a second, I thought you said Golden Axe. I was like,
it's back.
It's Golden Axe. Golden. Yeah, I mean, I thought we were going to see a lot of James Bond last year. It was James Bond's big anniversary last year. Didn't see it. They're going to come
We've got the IO game.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we know that that's being made.
Yeah.
GoldenEye. I hope they don't do anything to it. I hope it's just as hard to control as it was. All those years
Have they
ago.
announced GoldenEye and Pierce Brosnan comes in one door, walks across the stage, and
my
leaves
God.
out the other
And
door?
just waves.
No, like if I know the whole fake out with the special guest being Phil, but like if GoldenEye is there and they bring out Pierce Brosnan, I'm gonna make my way down there. He is mine.
And just fly out and just go and they're like I hope he dyes his hair black too. Back to it.
No, he's got the don't ask why. No, he's got like the gray thing going on. He's been working.
Yeah, I mean, he looks great. He still looks.
He looks fantastic.
He's
He's the best Bond. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna come out in his Iron Palace since he's in that movie with with The Rock.
Yeah,
with Black Adam. I really want to see more. I want to see just like a glimmer that Wolfenstein 3 exists. I know Machine Games is busy with Indiana Jones, but I mean, if any of you have played Wolfenstein 2 and even Youngblood, like Youngblood takes years after that, but like there's still a gap. Like there's still something that happened in that storyline. That trilogy is not done.
Yeah,
at least in my book. I don't really like. I'm interested in this Starfield. We're not gonna. I mean, like, but it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want them. Keep it secret for me. I just like secrets. I don't need the big exciting stuff.
Nah, I don't know. The game feels like such a mystery. Like I kind of want to be on the same boat as you, but I need to see something. So if you make
Andrew
it exciting.
WK is gonna come. He's gonna be there, and he's gonna do more than wave. He's gonna he's gonna freak out across the stage, announce Rage 3.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think there'll be any room for like a wild, unexpected guest, like who's only like tangentially related? You know, like I mean, yes, Keanu was in Cyberpunk, but I'm talking like a big star who's in a game or related to a game. I don't know. The thing that I always go back to is Usher at E3 to do Dance Central, or the time that like Matt and Trey from South Park were there to talk about Stick of Truth. Do you think we're gonna get like that celeb factor?
Maybe.
I mean, the thing is, like, between there was like a very distinct turning point. I mean, we've always had actors in games, but it felt like between Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk and then Norman Reedus with Death Stranding. I mean, Death Stranding has a A-list cast all around. And then there's the quality rumor of her coming back from Death Stranding for whatever it is Kojima's going to be doing. What actor is that going to be? Yeah. I mean, Vin Diesel.
No, there he is. There's one man. No. There's one man who is in a video game right now, and is a celebrity. He has the star power.
Arc 2.
Yeah, he's in Arc 2.
I'm sorry, but also, hang on, he's also the exec producer of Ark 2, isn't he? He's like, he's way more involved. And there's going to be like a Netflix show or something. Like,
I mean, if I remember right, he was also at like one of the big honchos for the Chronicles of Riddick games as well. Sure. He had a lot to do with those. But yeah, Vin Diesel's going to come in from his Iron Palace. He's just going to be trying to show The Rock up.
Wait, I was going to say, no. Like, if Vin, is that like contractually they're not allowed to be together? Vin Diesel has to be on one showcase and The Rock has to be on another.
How great would it be if you saw Vin Diesel tuning in from the same gym across the room with The Rock in the background doing his Summer Game Fest pitch?
Yeah. Calling each other candy ass or whatever it was. They talked about each other and they were being mean and Instagram captions.
I'm the wrong guy. They're just big bulky men.
I feel like I know too much about their feud against my will. You know?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
I think Game of Thrones cast comes out and they announce that like some of their characters, not their like characters, but they're in the new Elder Scrolls, and then we see another tease of that.
Game of Thrones cast come out and they announced Game of Thrones TV series remake.
Coming to the PS5.
We've been listening to your feedback.
We're gonna remake the entire ending of that show. I think Harrison Ford, he can mosey on out just to say Indiana Jones, new movie.
I don't think there's a single person on Earth who can convince Harrison Ford to come to a video game thing right now.
I was
he barely
amazed.
shows up for Star Wars. There's no way he's coming for Indiana Jones, the video game.
Did you hear though that like what was it? He was on stage at Celebration or something and they played the Indiana Jones theme and he was just like, this music follows me everywhere I go. So if he comes out for Indiana Jones, the Bethesda Machine Games one,
the last kind of I mean, maybe he should take his headphones. I mean, maybe he's just listening to it constantly, which is why he's like, "Why is this theme always following me?" Like, Harrison, get the headphones out.
Yeah,
stop playing the soundtrack and repeat, dude. The last thing we really did not talk about in terms of like dormant studios, because for the most part, everything has something. We've gotten a vibe check for a lot of the studios that Bethesda's bought, but the one main one is the Gears of War one, Coalition. And we only have, we're going to be going in, if you're just tuning in, we're about to go into the Bethesda Showcase. But real quick, give me a yes or no. Tam, are we going to see Gear 6? No. Lucy?
No.
Tease for 6, remake for like Master Chief Collection thing for Gears, the other ones.
Ooh, good call. Devontae?
Logo for 6, Battle Royale announcement.
Wow.
With card-based combat.
Okay, there we go. With crafting, survival, and frogs, and it's going to be horror in space.
In space.
Anyways, folks, I'm Curtin Davina. That's Devontae Chisholm. Lucy James Games back in L.A. along with Timur Hussein. Just now, we're going to head over into the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. So exciting. Over to you, Phil Spencer, Todd Howard. Woo. Let's kick it. So long, folks.
Rumor has it something's off at the church. There's blood in the baptismal font, and pastor's gone missing. And my genius plan was to investigate it. Alone. Of course. Don't stress, Layla. Oh, shit. Oh. What was that?
He is the truth in the darkness. He is the word in the shadow. I've seen the movement in the dark. I've seen the shadow. I see you.
Oh, Lord!
I'll fight out out your heart.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh shit, there's more! Gotcha!
Kiss her ass goodbye.
Jacob! Oh, thank God.
Come on, let's find the others and beat feet.
You know, Redfall used to look like it was straight out of a postcard. A picturesque island off the coast of Massachusetts. The bustling historic downtown, the seafront district, and the old lighthouse. Then, something happened. People started vanishing, and those who didn't sold out. Big time. Fast forward, basically everyone's either a vampire, a cultist trying to become a vampire, or dead. And these aren't just trashy movie vampires. These monsters blocked out the sun and pushed back all the water, totally cut us off from the outside world. Gotta admit though, if I have to be stuck on an island full of vampires, I'm glad it's with y'all.
Feelings mutual, I guess.
Aw, thanks, Jacob. We've also got Remy, our engineer genius, and her little robot buddy.
She means you reborn. Who's a good robot? Who's the best robot?
And our resident expert on all things creepy.
I prefer the term cryptozoologist, but to each their own.
Last but not least, yours truly. I have these weird powers.
We've been digging for answers but haven't found much beyond blood and death. Luckily, the vampires and their sycophants aren't discreet about where they like to nest. I'd bet the answers we need are inside those tourist traps turned fortresses.
Spotted some bloodsuckers in their fan club near the festival grounds. Let's start there. Ghosting out.
Cultists could go straight at him or just slip past.
Let's just get this done. On my mark. Oh shit, blood bag! They know we're here. Look alive!
This one is mine.
Going up.
My cryptid hunter's intuition tells me there's a nest nearby.
Your what?
Jeff, that's not a thing.
Found something.
Oh, now I simply must go in there.
What is that? Where does it go?
Some kind of collective consciousness. That's impossible.
There's the movie theater. I used to come here all the time. Why'd they have to mess this up for me? Ah, shit.
It's alive. It'll collapse any second.
Run!
Going here, trying to start a
What you think? I'm doing everything but the kitchen sink. Been feeling in the neighborhood. I know all of the little grannies wanna sip they tea. And if you come, I'm marching in. All ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip the monologue and the argument. I'm like,
going here, trying to start a
selling humans as drugs. You're the only one that can stop them. You realize we're gonna have to take out the entire alien drug cartel.
You're just gonna leave me here in what, space?
Everybody lives in space, including you. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first and some bubble bath maybe first? Look at us, blasting away.
Oh yeah, that's one of my children. They die fast. Don't worry, it's easy to make more. Hey there, I'm Knifey. Stab, stab. Yes, more. I need more stabbing.
Everyone, fight each other!
Well, okay. Now I can.
Welcome to the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. Today, we're doing something we've never done before. For the first time ever, our entire show is focused on games you can play over the next 12 months. You're gonna see more gameplay than we've ever had in a show. Industry-defining racing experiences, gripping narratives, compelling strategy titles, and my favorite, the most anticipated open-world RPG of the last 20 years. All playable in the year ahead. And the best part is, with the Xbox, you'll be able to play those games in more ways than ever before. You can play on your console, PC, or on the go with Xbox Cloud Gaming. You can play with who you want, where you want, and when you want. Today, we're gonna show you more than 30 titles that are coming to Game Pass, and that is on top of the hundreds of titles coming to members over the next year. Our next announcement shows that the benefits of Game Pass go well beyond the console. We are thrilled to be working with an iconic team that has built some of the most played, most watched franchises in the entire world. And now, all Game Pass members will be able to unlock the benefits for these incredible games on PC and mobile.
For over a decade, players have created a thriving culture of competition and creativity around our games. From clutch plays with friends, to unforgettable moments in esports, to amazing creations that have blown our minds, our community has continually taken Riot Games to new heights. Today, we're proud to invite the Xbox community into that world. We're bringing our biggest PC and mobile games to Game Pass. Subscribers will unlock every champion on League and Wild Rift, all Valorant agents, select cards in Legends of Runeterra, and little legends in Teamfight Tactics. And that's just the start. Thank you for coming on this journey with us, and welcome to Riot Games.
Home sweet home.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day?
Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' stir, Kali got the job, Kali got the word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet. 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed. 그 문 열지 마, that's a rock day. 당겨본 your mark cause I'm better than. 필요 없는 시간들 다 보내. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부르마 on message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 물건이 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈을 거기리 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 그래 그 색깔이 different.
시작하면 끝을 보는 것
sorry, Amicia. For Hugo.
He's not dead yet.
The macula's not just in Hugo's blood. It concerns everybody. And it can change everything.
No!
No.
Rotten flesh.
Remember, no more killing soldiers. No more killing us.
Look out! There's a killer around here. One of our men has been murdered.
You're only making it worse!
Amicia, don't! I'm tired of being afraid. I'll show them that it's over.
Finally!
See? They're nothing! Nothing to be scared of! No!
You are not them.
What is wrong with me? Hugo!
Amicia!
Come on. Do it! Quick!
Myself, my name is H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OC. I guess even back then you could call me CEO of the ROC. Fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music biz #1 supplier. Flying in a piece of paper bearing my name. Got the hottest chick in the game wearing my chain. That's right, not DOC, but similar to the letters. No one can do it better. You can blame Sean, but I ain't inventing the game. I just rolled the dice trying to get some change. I done came through the block, but I ain't inventing the game. Still alive, it's in my veins. Only God can check me. Only God can check me, so I'm gone.
Forza Motorsport is back. I'm Dan Greenwald, GM of Motorsport, and I'm joined by Chris Sasaki, Creative Director at Turn 10. Forza is known for its photoreal beauty and state-of-the-art immersion. Built from the ground up to showcase the Xbox Series X and S consoles, including techniques like real-time ray tracing on track. This is the most technically advanced racing game ever made.
Today, we're excited to show you the all-new Forza Motorsport. Welcome to Maple Valley. This track has been a fan favorite since the original Motorsport launched back in 2005. For the first time in Forza Motorsport, fully dynamic time of day brings Maple Valley to life in stunning detail. What you are seeing is an in-engine gameplay demo presented using a single camera with no cuts. Let's jump in with the M8. We've completely overhauled the driving experience. This includes a 48 times improvement in the fidelity of our physics simulation. Let's advance time of day here and look at the world details. Everything you see is new. and has been captured with photogrammetry and 3D material scans. Advanced rendering and procedural generation techniques bring a new level of realism to the track. Here you can see the beautiful fall colors of Maple Valley. The grass, rocks, 3D vegetation, skies and clouds, they all demonstrate a generational leap in beauty and detail. Let's advance time again. You are looking at our all-new dynamic time of day. This is a fundamental system to the new Forza Motorsport, and like weather, is available on every track. These new simulation details add further depth, drama, and dynamics to the racing experience. In addition to our dynamic time of day, Forward Plus lighting and physically based lights come together to deepen the realism and immersion in the world. Changes in the time of day also change ambient temperatures, which affect track surface temps. Grip is also affected by these track temp changes, rubbering in, and of course, weather. Let's head to the pits. We've added features that players have been asking for. Tire and fuel management, multiple tire compounds, and new depth in car building create the ultimate racing playset. Advanced materials and shaders, paired with ray tracing, bring out incredible detail in the gold heat wrap, anodized aluminum, and carbon fiber. Engine bays, with their complex self-reflection, is a place where ray tracing really shines. Car damage is a racing reality. In Forza Motorsport, car damage is reproduced down to the individual scratches on the bodywork. You can see here some of the new details in the directionality of damage, how the paint peels away at exposed and raised edges, in the wheel abrasions, and even in the dirt buildup. Using the power of the Xbox Series X and S consoles, ray tracing makes everything feel more connected. Cars reflecting onto other cars. Cars reflect in their own mirrors, bodywork, brake rotors, and wings. Things just feel more natural, more real. We believe that the accuracy of our overhauled physics, the beauty of our cars and tracks, our new dynamic time of day, advanced car damage, and real-time ray tracing on track lead to a generational leap in immersion. This is the all-new Forza Motorsport.
Which one's your favorite? Mine's Tracer. She's like, cheers, love, the cavalry's here.
You're one of those heroes, aren't you?
Before me, I see the future. Human. Machine. You know there's more out there, don't you?
Even the best journeys end. But a new one is right around the corner.
Hammer strike!
I am your queen! Let's take him to the wasteland!
One punch is all I need.
Nice work, team. Keep it moving.
I cannot wait to push. Draw.
Yippee-ki-yay! Boom, baby!
Check me out.
Do something!
Get in there.
It takes a team to tango.
Surprise! You'll like this one.
1, 2, 3, 4!
No wastelander has ever made it to the reckoning before. But here I am. A free-for-all with 0 rules. And the survivor gets the throne.
Welcome back, Junkerjack.
King Howell has never lost. Not in 13 years of rule.
On the battlefield.
Not until today.
The reckoning begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
Did you really think this would be a fair fight?
History is filled with moments of greatness. Some well-known, some lost to time. But what about the history that could have been if you were its architect? How would you reshape the world? What new stories would you tell? And when your people speak, would you listen? How would you lead them in this new world? History is filled with moments of greatness, but these will be yours.
It's good to be here, celebrating what's going to be our biggest year yet. That includes a few of the projects being developed across Bethesda's 8 studios, starting with Redfall, and the world's first look at gameplay earlier in the show. Redfall is from the studio that brought us Dishonored and Prey. It's got so much of Arcane's DNA coursing through its veins. Compelling heroes, open world campaign, deep customization. Solo or with friends, we can't wait for you to play Redfall when it releases early next year. If you're looking for something to sink your teeth into right now, we've got the Elder Scrolls Online, where you can adventure alongside one of the biggest and most welcoming communities in gaming. This year, ZeniMax Online Studios is taking you somewhere that has never been explored in any Elder Scrolls game. The Elder Scrolls Online High Isle comes to Xbox next week.
For generations, the Breton elite have lived in safety and comfort. But now, the embers of dissent glow beneath the pomp and circumstance. And whispers of a sinister plot stoke the flames of war. At the heart of the conflagration sits the Ascendant Lord. The legacy of the Bretons must be protected.
Fallout turns 25 this year. As we celebrate the legacy of this storied franchise, Bethesda Game Studios takes Fallout 76 players out of Appalachia for the first time and returns to a beloved location. Expeditions The Pit is coming this September.
Come in. Come in. I'm calling you. If you're hearing this, we need your help. Anyone, anywhere. If you're receiving this, and you're brave enough, come join us at the pit.
Your arrival's the first good news we've had in a while. It might not look like much. This place is our home, and together, we can take it back. From these rad-worshipping fanatics.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, let's go downtown. So maybe I'll see you there. We can forget all our troubles, forget all our cares, so go downtown. Things will be great when you're down. Wait a minute more downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
Bethesda Game Studios has been busy, and not just with Fallout 76. After defining the role-playing genre with hits like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout 4, they're going even bigger with Starfield. Later in the show, my good friend Todd Howard will be here to reveal more of their next epic RPG.
My dad tells stories of a terrible war that happened across the sky. Heroes fought and died to give us a chance to start over. All that I know from their Earth are the creatures they sent along with us. And here on Arat, every day is a fight to survive. But if anyone can tame this new world, we can.
When the gods first emerged from the great below, we saw them as saviors. Instead, they unleashed a pestilence on our world. No one yet knows if you can kill a god. I, for one, intend to find out.
Legends hold great power. They are the dreams we weave into our shared story. Some legends tell of peace and the beauty of simplicity. Some tell of danger and the end of all things. But the legends we hold dearest are legends of hope, of creativity, and of bravery. And friendships that change the world forever. This is the legend of a united overworld. United by you.
I remember when you first arrived. You made quite the entrance. You wanted to make a new life for yourself. And while you explored, you uncovered a mystery. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this. Together.
here?
Only anguish fills this residence, Benedict.
I got a bad feeling about this. Since I found the first piece, there must be more. That's him. My father.
I can guide you through his memories. We're close. Don't let your fright hold you back now.
It is good to see you, you old devil.
Pull yourself together, Benedict.
Bonjour everyone. I am excited to be here today to tell you more about Interior Night's first original creation, As Dusk Falls. It started with the desire to create a deep interactive experience all levels of players can enjoy together. Because stories are brilliant, universal tools that help us understand the heartbreaking beauty of life. This game is an uncompromising tale of family, resilience, and sacrifice, written like a prestige TV show with a unique motion graphic novel style that triggers the imagination. This is an interactive story powered by video games that gives you agency over the lives of far from perfect human beings. This is a thought-provoking experience you can play with people you love, discover insights about each other, and create shared memories. As Dusk Falls is an emotional experience that we hope will leave a mark with everyone who plays it.
For most people, Turok is just a pit stop.
Wasn't taking the scenic route your idea?
But for us, it felt like a trap.
There's enough cash in that safe to put the last few weeks behind us. On the ground, now!
You were in the wrong place at the wrong time. We'd been in the wrong place forever.
Sometimes doing the right thing is doing the wrong thing.
I've got eyes on two hostages.
None of us escaped that night.
It's okay.
Even those of us who made it out alive.
Stop! Why are you following me?
We've taken very different paths in life. But they all lead back to Turok.
Get rid of the cop. Hey there.
Evening.
Hey, Sam.
Say, you haven't seen three fellas in a blue pickup, have you?
Nope. Been here all day.
How you liking the desert dream?
Oh, can't complain.
Can I ask what brings you to Turok?
Kids, are you ready for a new wild and wacky fruit flavor? Introducing Apricot. Stop by. Make sure you get your Billy Hog hot dog.
Special breaking report. More local teenagers have gone missing. This could be linked to the disturbing trend of missing teenagers from our otherwise quiet town. If anyone has seen the teenagers or has any other information, please contact the police department.
Hello, micro friends. Great news! Virgil knows you might be a little homesick, but that can be repaired. First, you will need to survive the yard against terrifying insects and treacherous wastelands. Unfortunately, my memory chip is a little rusty. But with a little maintenance, we can unravel why you are here. Before someone or something terminates your tiny existence. Good luck!
Helios. They search for someone who does not exist. The Shadow. The forgotten child of a scattered race. Lost until now. Now they have awakened the Erebon. Now they have awakened me. But I am not their hope. I am their reckoning. They will not drag me into their light. Because their light is a lie.
I speak now to those who heed a darker call. Those bold enough to cross the line of sin for deeper knowledge. Who follow an unquenchable yearning, born of blood and bone. Unlock the forbidden secrets and foulest black rituals, calling forth life from death.
My family, my soul.
To truly embrace this power, You must take it into the world. And you will be shunned, scorned, marked as a living sacrifice to this profane knowledge. You will be a priest of Rathma, a necromancer. And you will not confront the darkness alone. We are the speakers of the dead, and the dead have no mercy.
I'm very excited to announce our 5th and final class, the Necromancer, a commander of the undead who joins the other iconic classes around the campfire in Diablo IV. These include the mighty barbarian, the elemental sorceress, the crafty rogue, and the powerful druid. And you'll want them because the demon Lilith, the daughter of hatred, has returned and spreading corruption and evil as she fights to reclaim our dark Gothic world as her own. And it's up to you to stop her. Now, Diablo IV is the culmination of the 25-year history of the franchise, building on top of the best of what's come before with some, unique twists all its own. So let's dig a little deeper by watching, for the first time I might add, some Xbox Series X gameplay, while hearing from a few of the many people behind the game.
Diablo IV is the next generation of action RPG, melding monster slaying and loot collecting with a fully realized open world.
It's not for the faint of heart. It's gory and unnerving. It's creepy.
Diablo IV is all about player choice.
It takes all of the pillars of a Diablo game and just expands them with all of the new features that people really love and appreciate in modern games. Whoever you see yourself being, you can create in Diablo IV.
It's important to include robust character customization because then I can play the fantasy that I want to play. It allows you to switch around your playstyle as well.
Everything feels very powerful and fun.
One of the really cool things about having an open world is your journey that you take throughout Diablo IV is your own. There's no linear path that you have to follow.
We've got almost 150 dungeons in the game.
There's all kinds of surprises as you're exploring.
Strongholds are an enemy territory that you need to reclaim.
You might have a space that begins as a hostile area, but after you've cleared it out,
the evil in this place has been cleansed.
It now becomes a friendly town.
Sometimes it's a new town, sometimes it's a new dungeon. There's a whole bunch of rewards that you get, and you have a real impact on the world as a result.
No, you can't leave us here. They might come back any moment.
Local events are really cool little story segments that happen within the open world.
You'll just be running through the world and then a local event will pop up and you can choose to participate in it or get a group together and just wail on these like giant world bosses.
These are events that take a lot of people and you really have to work together.
Being able to see all the players on your screen, collaborating, trying to take this big monster down, it's epic.
It's so easy to create a community. It makes Diablo more of a social experience.
We've got fully enabled crossplay.
If you have an Xbox and your buddy has a PC, you're going to be able to group up.
Or you could play couch co-op. 2 people on a couch can sit there and have a great experience.
We've created specific zones where players can engage in PvP.
If you go there, you can start swinging away at people. But you're also opening yourself up to being swung at.
If you're like really, really good, the game actually marks you as like a champion on the map. You basically become a loot pinata, and everyone wants to chase you down.
The last story mission is really the beginning of a whole different part of the journey.
Now you're set up for the end game, and that end game is rich with things to do that allow you to get more and more powerful.
Whether it's new items or new dungeons or new Paragon boards, every single time you come back to play Diablo IV, there's going to be new stuff for you to experience.
And it's something that we're going to support for years to come.
I'm really excited for folks to get their hands on Diablo IV.
Just to see millions of people really enjoying the different options.
Through the campaign,
local events,
couch co-op, endgame,
PvP, it almost doesn't end.
And we are so close.
We brought updates that were free to those who sailed the sea, though there's always more potential within. And as this song will spell out, there's plenty to sing about. Now that you can finally be a captain, can you imagine owning your own ship, decorated with what you acquire? Then to satisfy your vanity, as long as there's no profanity, you can name it just how you desire. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, there's boatloads of new features we proclaim. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, that's why we really think that you should play this game.
And it's available with Xbox Game Pass, of course.
Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, adventure will come knocking on your door. Oh, to set sail as a pirate captain, and you'll be amazed at what we have in store. The choice is yours, whatever captain you may be. Whether that's cold looting, no-scope shooting, robot racing, or embracing, everybody's welcome in this game. So come set sail as a pirate captain. Our time is almost up, so as we leave, if you want to be a pirate captain, come do it in Season 7 to see your Thieves.
found you. Bearer of the eternal elixir field.
Japan is the home to some of the most talented and well-known game creators anywhere in the world. We're thrilled to be working with Koei Tecmo to bring Wolong Fallen Dynasty to Game Pass day one. I'm also excited to be working with Team Ninja, who has a long history of building incredible action games for Xbox, and it's great to be working with them once again. We know how important it is to our fans to continue to bring more Japanese franchises to Xbox. I'm excited to announce the return of one of the most highly requested and beloved franchises to Xbox from our partners at Atlus. Now, I'm excited to announce a special partnership between Xbox Game Studios and one of the greatest creative minds and innovators in our industry, someone that I have admired for many years. Today, I'm pleased to share we will be working together to create a brand new experience like we've never seen before.
Thank you, Phil. こんにちは、小島秀夫です。ずっと作りたかったゲームがあります。それは誰も体験したことも見たこともない全く新しいものです。それが作れる日が来るのをずっと待っておりました。マイクロソフトの最先端クラウドテクノロジーと市場の変化によってその未知なる構想への挑戦がようやく可能となりました。少し時間はかかるかもしれませんが、これから、Xbox ゲームスタジオと提携し、皆さんに喜んでいただけるニュースをお届けしていきたいと思います。ご期待ください。
Thank you, Kojima-san. We're thrilled to have Kojima Productions working with our teams at Xbox Game Studios. Today, for the first time ever, we have focused on showing you games that you can play over the next 12 months. Today's show celebrates a diverse lineup of global game creators of all sizes who bring with them unlimited potential. Games from these creators will be coming to Game Pass every single month, including Naraka Blade Point, As Dusk Falls, A Plague Tale Requiem, Pentiment, Persona 5 Royale, Somerville, and Scorn, just to name a few. And we start 2023 with the launches of some of the most anticipated titles from the teams at Xbox and Bethesda: Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Starfield, Forza Motorsport, and more. This has been an incredible year as we achieved record growth across console and Game Pass, with millions of people playing our games every single day. And we have you to thank for that. Whether that's new players joining us through Xbox Cloud Gaming or our longest fans playing on Xbox and PC, we could not have done this without you. A year ago, we welcomed the talented studios at Bethesda Softworks to Xbox. Their teams have been hard at work, bringing their franchises to Game Pass, shipping updates to their games, and building new experiences for you to enjoy. We know that everyone has been eager to see Starfield. Our show today has highlighted gameplay, so it's only fitting that we end it with an extended first look at one of the most anticipated games in Xbox history. This is Starfield.
Control, this is Constellation Starship Frontier. We're ready to start on your signal. Maintaining exit vector course. Steady till ready. Coordinates input. Plotting jump course. Guidance has converged. We're looking good. Allocating auxiliary reactor power. System checks are green across the board. Grav jump commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's hard to express how excited all of us at Bethesda are to be here with you today. We're so grateful you're spending the time, and we know you've waited a long time to finally see Starfield. It's easily our most ambitious game ever. Like our previous games, it's an epic role-playing game where you get to be who you want and go where you want. But this time, you'll be exploring space. So let's jump right in. This is early in the game as you arrive on the mysterious moon of Crete.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction.
It would appear that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
After some initial encounters, you're invited to join Constellation, who, in the future the game is set in, are the last group of space explorers. To meet them, you'll head to the capital city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. As to what they are, what they're building, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
So, you found something?
The new guy found it.
You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions?
The artifact you found appears to be one of many, scattered across the galaxy. If we can find more, we can unlock their secrets.
Beautiful, isn't it? The man who sold me this told me that it spoke to him.
Of course, the Settled Systems is full of groups with other priorities.
That's the Crimson Fleet!
Everybody get ready!
The fleet doesn't follow the rules. Agreed to work for UC System. Together, we take down these cutthroat pirates.
We're not just here to shoot the bad guys. We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, no one quits. The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous, but we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this. It's not just how the ship looks, it's how it performs, from engines to shields to weapon systems, because yes, you can fly it.
Thrusters boosted.
We can't wait for all of you to experience the game. Thanks again for being with us today, and thanks for all the support you've given us over the decades, especially on this game. It's been an incredible journey for us making it, but we know that's really only the beginning, for it's when all of you play it that the real journey begins. And you may be wondering, just how big is this game? So we thought we'd take one last moment and show you. Let's take a look at one of our planets, Jemison. You can land in New Atlantis, but you can also land and explore anywhere on the planet. And it's not just this planet, it's all the planets in the system. From barren but resource-heavy ice balls to Goldilocks planets with life. And not just this system, but over 100 systems. Over 1,000 planets, all open for you to explore. We can't wait to see what you find.
Welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest 2022. We just got done with Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase.
The big one.
Where they showed a couple of games.
Just like 2 of them.
They showed a few.
Yeah.
I'm Curtin Davina. Joining me is Devontae Chisholm.
Hello.
But we're not alone. Joined with us in LA on the ground is Tamor Hussein.
Hello.
And Lucy James Games.
Hello there.
Hello there. So, they showed a thing.
Yeah.
Or two.
There's a couple little indies.
They did show a couple indies.
Yeah.
But it's going to be real hard to talk about anything personally for me other than Starfield. So, Tam, give me your overall review of the showcase.
I think it was a very, very strong showcase. They showed off a bunch of major titles to kind of keep people looking at the horizon for what they got coming. And then they had a nice group of titles that they can add to Game Pass that are familiar and known quantities, good high quality titles. And then they showed off a bunch of like indie and new kind of games that they're working on and should have coming along the way. There's the Riot stuff. Overall, I think super good. Obviously, there's a bunch of other things with the Blizzard stuff, but I won't claim everything. I'll let other people mention it. But yeah, I think a super solid kind of showcase. And the important thing is that up top they said out within the next 12 months, playable within the next 12 months. So I think no matter what you kind of think of the show overall, fundamentally, you just got a bunch of games to look forward to in the next year, which is a good kind of way to keep people excited, even if the actual excitement, the announcements within it aren't particularly mind-blowing. But I think it was good overall.
We also got Vin Diesel. I just have to mention that. We didn't get Vin Diesel in the flesh, not in his own Iron Palace across the lake, where he just looks at Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
In his prehistoric palace instead.
They pretend they don't see each other, but they're always right next to one another. Lucy, tell me, what was the big thing? I mean, there was a lot. So give me your top, the top one.
Top one. Come on, that's not fair. I thought it was a really good showcase. I was very surprised to see Persona 3, 4, and Royal coming to Xbox. The thing that gets me is that like it's on console, it's on cloud, and so I guess if it's on cloud, that means I could play it on my phone before I can play Persona on my Switch. Maybe a missed thing there from Nintendo and from the team over at Atlas, but I'm just glad to see Persona still getting the love after all this time, all these years, and I'm very excited to see Persona 6 whenever we may get a little bit more of that. But ultimately, I think for me, the Overwatch 2 news, very exciting. That game is going free to play. It's coming out October 4th, and when we got a look at Janka Queen, who everyone has been anticipating would be coming to the game for a long time. She's already, if you're on the Junkertown map, she's the one kind of yelling at you. She looks great. I'm really excited to see and learn more about her moveset. She looks like a very interesting character to play. And obviously Overwatch 2, they have been reworking a lot of heroes. It's gone down from 6 players. It's gone from 6 players down to 5. So I'm very interested to see where she's going to fit in with all of that. And also, I think Blizzard are completely unmatched when it comes to trailers and, of course, the animated cinematics that they make. And so I got definitely like goosebumps when the Overwatch 2 trailer came up. So that was probably the highlight for me.
Going all in on Mad Max in Australia. The Australian folks, they're just like, they already did it. George Miller, he created, he did that thing in Australia. All those characters in Overwatch are Mad Max characters too.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why not? You used to play a little Overwatch.
A little Overwatch? Yeah, I used to play a little bit of Overwatch 1, and then I fell off super hard. Fell off a cliff. So still got a broken leg because of it. But yeah, the Overwatch 2 and being able to play the recent like early access beta, it kind of brought me back in. So looking at that trailer and new hero definitely caught my attention and had me being like, all right, I'm excited to jump back in and experience more of what that game has to offer.
There's a few question marks that we walked away. Like, I mean, Tam mentioned this at the very beginning that, they made it a point to be like, all these games are going to be playing in the next 12 months. But, there's certain things, like one Jordan Ramey, our very own Jordan Ramey, who has been, I think he's probably been doing like sacrificial sort of like rituals to try and see anything related to Silk Song. And that was like the second thing that came slam out of the gate. No release date though. Just know that's coming. It was just a nice, it's like, it's coming out this year.
Yeah.
Jordan May had a meltdown on Twitter, or at least a physical meltdown.
He also big yell, like stand up. It was very, very cute when and like he was standing next to the TV.
just watching every
just like
pixel.
So intently.
Yeah, he was blocking everyone's view by standing in front of the TV.
Jordan, sit down.
Stop screaming.
We need to do news. He's just like, sit down, Jordan, relax. And then he said it could be 12 months from now. He still might have to wait an entire year.
But at least they acknowledged it, like everybody kind of, it seems like the temperature check of the internet was just kind of
the temperature check.
Want to see it again. Here it is.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is we're going to get 11 months into this, and then at the 12th month, they're going to announce the delay.
Oof.
Why would you do that?
All right, well.
Jordan Ramey, you'll get what you want one day.
One day.
Maybe not. Moving on, but look.
Jordan sat next to me and he keeps leaning over as if to punch me, and I'm like a little bit scared.
You're live with a lot of people watching you. Don't get punched on this. Or maybe, I don't know. Anyways, moving on. But there's definitely a moment. I kind of a big theme that I've noticed this festival this week is we're seeing a lot. There's a lot of games, and now we're like, I know people are here to watch the Xbox, our reaction to the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. But I'll say is like between Summer Game Festival, Future Game Show, Devolver, or no, not Devolver. And like Guerrilla, we see so many games, and I really appreciate like Devolver and Tribeca for having like a really curated short list of things. And this Xbox Bethesda thing was one of those moments where we had a big old chunk of just a lot of games. There's just a lot of things there, and a lot of it didn't really get to sink in for me. And of course, Pete Hines at one point was like, "Don't go anywhere because we do have Starfield stuff." And that was kind of like my signal. I was like, "We're about to see a lot of stuff." But there was some cool stuff in there. Probably the most Kurt-ass game. I've been texted 6 times. This looks like a Kurt-ass game as Dusk Falls. Is there anyone else in this room that's excited for Dusk Falls?
It looks really cool, but I also saw it. I was like, I'm sure he's just getting pinged about this. I don't need to.
Oh yeah, I have like verbatim quote from everybody.
I mean, Game Pass.
Really
I'll try
interesting.
It.
Yeah, well, I'll play it. But look, let's talk about the thing that everyone has been anticipating us to talk about.
Sea of Thieves Season 7.
Sea of Thieves Season 7. Come on, let's get it.
That was a really nice trailer. That was really
song.
good. It looks like they're making a lot of quality of life changes.
I've sunk in a decent of time with Sea of Thieves. So I mean they're just singing to me anyways. But really, let's talk about Starfield.
Okay.
Lucy, take it away. I want to hear your thoughts, your impressions. They showed a lot.
And that's the thing. It's weird because you can kind of see all of the other Bethesda Game Studios DNA in it, like the kind of base building side of things that they put in Fallout 4. I don't know. It's like, it's new engine. It's Creation 2, I think it is. It looks better. There's still the kind of like I'm looking off because it's on screen here, it's on screen in front of me. I really like the way that it's, and this is you know, I'm a big sci-fi fan, and this might sound kind of weird, but I like that it is like the cold, dark, you know, miserable, very industrialized version of space.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because that to me is like, if I want to lose myself and completely role play in it, I don't necessarily want it to be like, oh, perfect version of space, you know, or like a really stylized version. I'm actually very glad it is quite cold looking.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I think Bethesda did really well. Just does well with Elder Scrolls, because it's a ground. I think that's one of the reasons why I love Elder Scrolls. It's a very like, they're, you know, grounded version of fantasy. It's not you know, over the top fantastical. It feels real, as real.
Yeah,
as,
I want it to be a world that I can wander around in, and like, this is the bit where I was like, yes, oh god, this is a Bethesda game, when they purposely showed off lockpicking, but it's digipicks instead of like actual lockpick, and then, you know, pan up to the environmental storytelling. And I'm really intrigued, and I, you know, when Todd was talking about like how big the world is, and looking at the character creator, and then they showed all the perks and stuff, and I was like, oh
that's really
god, it's so much. But I think that's kind of fun. Like if they're wanting this to be the biggest RPG experience, you know, that Bethesda's done, it's like, you need to give people all those options. And I'm just very glad that for once I can be an introvert in a game as well as outside of one.
Devontae immediately was like,
yeah, I popped off for that too. For like no reason. I saw that, and on the list in the side I saw like kids stuff, and I'm just like, oh, one of my favorite things of this showcase was like the Hot Wheels DLC that's coming. So I'm like, yeah, my character is gonna be an introvert who loves kid stuff, all that. Screw it.
Also, I mean, the character creator, I just thought it was incredible that they showed like you can customize specific parts of the body.
Yeah.
If you got that pear shape going, you can do it probably to, you know, you can embrace that pear-shaped body. You know, you don't get to see the pear-shaped folks well in games.
Shout out all the pears.
That's all the pears. No, I think, and as well, you know, there's always the thing with Bethesda, you know, the faces, I guess, and that was a huge leap up compared to definitely older Bethesda games. Like, people actually looked like the lip sync was properly moving and stuff. But there was just little moments where there were two characters in kind of spacesuits, and like, normally, you know, if you're getting a quest and they're a quest giver, they would kind of stand quite rigidly in like older Bethesda titles, but there was like animation and they were kind of moving and helping each other put stuff on. I was like, I really hope to see more of those just little touches to really make it more immersive and less like, you know, the video game thing where you never see characters exchange things with their hands, because hands are famously very difficult to animate. It's like the fact that they've putting all these like micro animations in to make it look a little bit more realistic, I'm very excited about. I don't want to be reminded that I'm playing a game. I want to be immersed.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and you know, we mentioned this a little bit in the pre-show. You know, Bethesda has a way of breaking immersion depending on how well you want to react to its bugginess or not.
Yeah.
But considering that this game was supposed to come out this year and we haven't really seen anything at all up until this moment, I'm like not surprised, but also kind of at the same time pleasantly surprised just how much we actually got to see.
Yeah.
Devontae was upset that. Tell me about the ship, though. You were very excited about the ship.
Yeah, I was excited about the ship. Just because leading into showing the ship, I was just kind of like, hey, he was like, you can pick your crew. I was like, well, can you name your ship? And just to see that you could customize it in all of those ways and stuff too, it seems like it's going to be a blast. I'm kind of a sucker for that type of stuff, like vehicle customization.
Todd Howard's got me Ship Simulator. I'm telling you, that's what it is. He played Kingdom Hearts and was like, I could do this. I can make this.
Probably the most memorable part of Kingdom Hearts 2 for me.
Yeah, I think that's what separates a designer from an exceptional designer. Todd Howard played Kingdom Hearts and found the one thing that he felt like, this is where the magic truly is. It's not all this Disney nonsense. It's not all these Nording and organizations. It's about this gummy ship, and I'm going to do it right. And now they're doing it, which is amazing. I think the most interesting thing for me is like it looks like this game and the team has taken all the smack talk about them producing janky weird games all the time very, very like seriously, and now this is like, all right, oh yeah, well, we're gonna make the most polished game you've ever seen, but like everything we've seen so far looks like it doesn't have any of that, that trademark Bethesda jank, which is exciting, but also kind of, I kind of love that stuff, that's where the life of these games come from. Like when something breaks, that's the meme, it defines culture. For all the issues with Bethesda's games, like very few studios have kind of defined and carried a conversation around the culture in the way that their games have, whether it's arrow to the knee or, the idea of, trains in Fallout games just being big hats and stuff like that. I'm excited to see this game, but I still kind of hope it has some of that janky charm. And I feel like given the scope of this game, it's almost certainly gonna do weird stuff. Look, I'm excited for a planet to just randomly explode as you appear or something like that.
It is only a matter of time. This, we still have to wait for this game to come out. And even if it's not for its jank, there's these games are massive. And this like Skyrim that has lasted over a decade now. I mean, if Starfield does it right, if it sings and hits all the cues and is doing what Tam says that Bethesda's doing, is this is supposed to be everything's aligning to this moment after the years and years and years of criticisms for certain things. We'll see. This game could be around for a while or not.
1,000 planets.
Or not.
However many.
I could watch this stream 2 years from now and be like, "Woof." Boy, were we wrong.
What were we talking about?
What was Kurt talking about? Yeah. That said, I just want to take a moment to say there was a lot of cool stuff. We did get Kojima. Kojima came in and he just said, he basically did what I was hoping Miyazaki would be. It would just be like, hello, I'm here.
I'm doing a thing.
I exist. So we know that something's happening with Kojima and Microsoft, but what that is, we don't know. Overdosed, Death Stranding coming that way. Death Stranding 2.
Cloud thing, they said.
Cloud thing?
Yeah, it's cloud. Xbox, the Xbox post went up just a second ago, and I've lost it. But they did kind of announce, this is going to be the cloud game. The power of the cloud. Let me find it.
Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2.
Death Stranding 2 had a whole. Death Stranding had a. Hey, I was watching the stream a few years from now already.
Yeah.
Death Stranding had a whole bunch of cloud stuff. The cloud messed that whole country up. Messed the whole country up, so they could just. First one was a Strand game.
Never played it, so
now we got Death Cloud.
I got a press release the other day about an upcoming Strand game, and I was like, he's done it. The mad lad's done it. He's pioneered another genre.
Yeah, it's like every other game that revolutionizes something. We're not going to see the ripple effect until 5 years after its release.
5 years from now,
we're going to get Strand.
We'll see the digital lockpick from Starfield in 5 years in every game, and we'll see Strand games.
Strand game with card-based combat. Frogs and sci-fi horror.
Yeah, in space.
Breath
Scary
of the
things.
Wild like breathisms. Anyways, folks, I just want to let you all know I really appreciate you being here, and I really appreciate you tuning in for GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest 2022. But it's not entirely over, because right after this, we have the PC Game Show.
Yep.
That's going to be happening for a little bit. The PC Gaming Showcase, and then when that's over, stick around because Devontae and I are going to close out the day. But I just want to give a quick thank you and a quick shout out to Lucy James for joining us. Tamor Hussein, and the one who's making this all happen from behind the cameras here in San Francisco, Jean-Luc Seipke. He's here in the room.
Wind beneath our wings.
Yes. He's also a fact checker when I was talking about Star Wars fighting games the other day, so I appreciate that too. Anyways, folks, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, but stick around for the PC Gaming Showcase, and stick around after that for us to talk about and close it out. But tomorrow's Capcom, and then we have an extended look at Xbox on Tuesday. So. Thanks, Devontae.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Thanks, Tam.
Bye.
All right, see you, folks. Be well. See you soon.
Later.
Welcome. This is the official PC Gaming Show 2022 pre-show. It's like the show before the show, so make sure you get comfortable, get that aggressively named energy drink you love so much, and get ready for the latest and greatest in the world of PC gaming. It's a little bit like the graphics driver update or the day one patch you have to install before playing your favorite games. Except this is more of the day 9 patch, so got to keep tuning in or otherwise I'll T-pose for the rest of the show. So while we apply the final dab of thermal paste to this year's PC Gaming Show, let's get things started with some exclusive trailers you can only see in the pre-show right now. Stick around.
Returning to your old master's tower, after years of traveling the realms of Aeon, you find it abandoned. Him vanished without trace. And you, the heir to the wizard's many secrets. Your purpose rekindled and new tools at your disposal. You work tirelessly to rebuild the once great tower, breathing new life into its empty halls. And from humble beginnings, through hard work and dedication, you unlock the secret through which true greatness may be achieved. Vanquish your enemies, conquer their places of power, reap the ultimate prize.
Coming soon, a terrible new foe will face the ultimate warriors. Will our heroes survive the Lizard Man War Chief or succumb to the forces of Daedalus? Don't miss these updates coming soon to MythForce. In your face. Only on the Epic Store.
circulated throughout the world. And a group of experienced mercenaries called Blacklist.
Going stealth. Storming target. Eyes on. Going red. Closing on hostile. Taking hostile tank fire.
Global Risk is an international military giant. Got eyes on hostile. Focus fire on target.
Prepare for incoming firing. Be advised, we have eyes on unknown contact. What the hell is that thing?
In the midst of all the chaos, a new institution has emerged called New Horizon.
Providing designated coordinates.
Initiating strike. Engaged by hostile troops.
Initiating Nova drop. We are reporting a massive army approaching the city.
Contact. Not like anything I've seen before. Ready, Commander.
Wake up, sleeper.
Wake up, sleeper. You have no idea what's coming.
Well, hello there, gamers. Welcome back to the PC Gaming Show 2022 pre-show. And I know what you're thinking, why hasn't the main event started yet? It's because we're still packing all the awesomeness in. So you can think of this as like DLC, except you don't have to make some sort of Sophie's choice about how to free up hard drive space. Speaking of which, we have a special treat for you while we wait for the full PC gaming show to begin. The exclusive premiere of a new documentary series created by PC Gamer called Tales from the Hard Drive. Stories are at the heart of PC gaming, and that's exactly what the series is focused on. The unbelievable, inspiring, and sometimes unsettling stories of PC gamers who became legends in their own right. Those tales of deceit or victory PC gamers wrote themselves in games like World of Warcraft, EVE Online, DayZ. These represent the spiritual center of PC gaming. And over the course of this documentary series, PC Gamer will lionize ordinary gamers who did exceptional things. Here's the first full episode of Tales from the Hard Drive. You can watch the rest of the series on PCGamer.com or on YouTube.com/PCGamer, debuting soon.
The boat to Menthol Harbor was a one-way ticket to death.
If you went to Menthol Harbor, you were corpse walking.
Being able to see their reaction to me killing them was the goal. I wanted that notoriety. I wanted to be feared.
For millions of players, the virtual world of Azeroth is an escape. A massively multiplayer role-playing game where you fight demons and dragons with your friends. But for 4 months in 2005, World of Warcraft's bustling Deathicus server wasn't a friendly reprieve from the outside world. It was a hunting ground. The terror of Menethil Harbor.
Folks lately call me Witchfinger. Back then, I was Harley Davis, the erotic fiction troll king of World of Warcraft, and I was basically in the troll mafia that ran Deathicus, and I was in a guild with Doc Master Angway in the early part of Vanilla WoW. In original Vanilla WoW, there was not a lot of instancing. There was basically 2 continents. And in order to rotate between one continent and the next continent, Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms, you had to physically walk onto a dock where you would catch either a zeppelin or a boat. What Angway was famous for was he parked his character, which was a level 60 orc rogue, in Menethil Harbor, which is a level 30 Alliance leveling zone, and he killed everyone that tried to get on the boat to another continent.
I'm angry, and I killed over 10,000 players in World of Warcraft. I ganked people in Menethil Harbor for about 4 months. I did it constantly, and I was a orc rogue. It was very easy to get away from people. They had some of the hardest hitting melee attacks in the game. It was a griefer's dream. If you want to kill people in a video game, you don't want to be seen, you want to be able to get away, and you want to be able to deal a lot of damage really fast. The reason I was killing a lot of people in Menethil was because I was trying to recreate something that I'd seen in EverQuest. You saw them coming and you were scared. I mean, you did not want to die to these people. I wanted that notoriety. I wanted to be feared. People had to come to me, and they didn't really have very many options of where they could go. I mean, it was literally a small dock that they had to walk across and get onto a boat that's a confined space. Menethil was just like the right combination of lack of guards and tricky spots that I could get away from people if I absolutely had to. And you kill people, maybe 10 a day, and that was a good day. And maybe one of them would get really upset, and that was a better gank.
Ganking, the act of killing other players, especially when they're below your level or not wanting to fight, is a controversial tradition in World of Warcraft. But Angwy's dedication to it bordered on obsessiveness, and it quickly turned him into a living nightmare on his server.
I just killed people on the docks.
I absolutely hate you, Angry. You are a nerd and have absolutely no life. Hell, you probably live in your mum's basement.
Angry made people's lives hell. His ability to shut down Menethil Harbor for 4 months turned him into one of World of Warcraft's biggest anti-heroes.
Back in vanilla World of Warcraft, back in the good old days, I was Squig, a human rogue, on the Deathicus server. Early on when I was leveling before I became part of the Deathicus culture, he was certainly a nuisance. The boat to Menethil Harbor was a one-way ticket to death. He knew everything. Since he was a rogue, he had stealth, he knew where you could hide, he knew where you could run, he knew how he could get off the boat, he knew where you were going to respawn, he knew where he was going to respawn. That was probably the first time I ran into him, because he definitely camped that boat.
But just because you got to the boat didn't mean you were safe.
The boat had a couple of different spots where you could go on the insides of it, and you could go up on top of it and whatnot.
One of my favorite things that I could do if somebody that was trying to be sneaky to get on the boat, and I could just stealth onto the boat. We're out in the water. They think they're safe. They're hiding in a corner, and then I just kill them all real quick. And I could take down like 4 or 5 low-level people before I needed to jump off the boat.
And so what you would have to do is you would have to go to the graveyard and you would have to graveyard respawn. This would cost durability, and this would also make your run back to Menethil Harbor a bit longer.
Then if they stayed on the boat when it zoned, they would end up at their graveyard with 1 health, and then I'm already there. And I could sit there and kill them as many times as I wanted at that point. I think it was really frustrating for them because, I mean, they told me, but it was a lot of fun. Like it was genuine glee a lot of the time.
The guy was legitimately a masterclass multiple opponent rogue.
He had stealth, he had stuns, he had blinds, he had everything in his toolbox, and he knew how to use every single one of them to make sure he accomplished his goal.
What made Angry exceptional was his dedication to his craft. He turned it into a science, one that sent many players over the edge.
When you play a character up to like level 60, it's a pretty big time investment that you're putting into this. And then to have your character just get completely massacred repeatedly, I think it can be hard to keep your cool, I guess. And I find it fun.
Personally, he probably only killed me probably 3 or 4 times, so I tried to avoid it as best I could. After a while, once I realized that Angway was peak Deathicus, hey, this is kind of fun. I totally get what this dude's doing.
Being a troll guild, of course we loved him. People would come on the forums and go, Angway's I got ganked by this level 60 rogue named Angway, and your pain is wine to us. It's like this delicious beer.
Ruthlessly killing players for 8 hours a day made him a terror, but that's not what made Angry famous.
So Angry and I met. We were both teenagers, and we ended up being guilded together. We were on a horribly boring raid, and we just started talking, and we hit it off very quickly. The things that we were doing in World of Warcraft, or that he was doing in World of Warcraft, never seemed like a big deal to me. Killing people in Menethil, like, it was a fun prank. I don't know, it seems fine, but people are really upset.
So we had this alt account named Angway Spy that was literally sitting on a tree stump in Menethil Harbor that was recording all the complaints, everything everybody said whenever he would kill them.
And I would kind of edge people on and tell them that they should complain about Angway, knowing that he was probably going to capture all of that and post it on his website.
That was even more fun because now he could actually get the hate mail. You were throwing gasoline on a fire.
I set up a website where I hosted screenshots of people that had ganked, mainly hate tells and nasty comments. I feel like the screenshots were trophies. It showed how good I was doing at my job, I guess.
Hey, Angry, go suck. Poor Angry, insecure little boy who has to take it out in a game. You really need a life. Stupid Angry.
The website was it just kept growing and growing and growing, and I was doing weekly updates with my wife Nicole.
You know, the website took a lot of time. It was a huge undertaking to launch this every week and get something live.
He was this absolutely normal dude living a normal life with this girlfriend, and his goals were beyond your understanding.
Angui had extraordinary talent for getting under people's skin.
Yeah, Angui hit us from both sides. He hit us in game, and then he would troll the forums and let everybody know that he was hitting us in game and that there was nothing we could do about it.
Well, I really hope you die a painful death, preferably in flames, and all of your family goes with you, and your line stops for good with you.
The website is what really elevated Angui above the everyday trolls in World of Warcraft. It was just so funny seeing how he could get such a rise out of people and all of the hate and vitriol that was directed towards them.
I sympathized with a lot of the victims. I was like, they're just having a bad day. Just like, let them go. You did your thing. People got kind of nasty though, and at that point my empathy kind of goes away.
I was killing random lobies, and I don't know what level this guy was, but he was very upset. And he was letting me know that he didn't like it. Eventually, I got a message from his kid saying, I'm sorry my dad is being such a jerk or something like that. Like, he seemed to get it. And I totally told the dad. And from my perspective, it's like, I'm playing a video game where part of the game is that you get to kill each other. Like, it's a PvP server. Like, you have an option where you don't get killed, and you're choosing to go on this one where you do get killed, and then getting upset because you're getting killed. And in hindsight, I feel bad about it. Like, I have kids now, but I never saw him again, and I don't think that kid, I'm sure that was not a fun time for him.
I think one of the big things that is really interesting about him in his entire story is that there's a duality of two different people. In the game, he has one personality. In real life, he's another, and he can separate them. Those traits that you play in game don't always come out in IRL. Honestly, it's socially acceptable in my eyes for him to be able to do this. Yes, it's going to piss off some people, and he's probably over there just laughing, being like, yeah, that sucks for you, man. I'm going to keep doing it, though, because to me, it brings me joy.
At some point, somebody found out that they could get my name, or what they thought was my name, and my address and my phone number from DNS on the website. I mean, it's a little creepy.
I remember it being like, oh wow, like this is getting serious. Like, are they actually going to do something about this, or are they just trying to intimidate us? And so, you know, it seemed like the less attention we gave it, the faster it went away.
As Angui's reign of terror continued each and every day for those 4 months, he only became more notorious, while other players would often challenge him, and even sometimes win. No one could permanently stop his killing spree.
At some point, I got a message from just a random person in the guild. He's like, hey, somebody wrote a guide on how to get around you. And I wanted the guide really bad. So I leveled up a character and then got into their guild, got forum access, and then got the guide. And it was a full-on guide on how to stop me from killing them. And it's like the most flattering thing. Somebody took the time to think up all these different tactics on how to get around me. Once I got them, I pretty much just tried to make it as invalid as possible. And that was probably my most prized possession, other than my daughters now.
That guide is really indicative of Angui's influence on Deathicus. He was more than just another player. He became this raid boss that required the coordination of entire guilds in order to take down. No one else has really ever done that before or since.
But at the height of his infamy, Angui had a revelation.
I wasn't doing well in community college. All my friends that I used to play with, they were all going to school, or they were having families. I didn't really know what to do with my life, I guess. I didn't want to play video games my whole life.
You really need a life.
When it was over, it was almost like a relief of like, I don't have to live up to those expectations anymore.
So it kind of got down to where like, do I want to do this thing I don't enjoy, or do I want to go try to, go to school? I went to college. I got a degree in game art and design. I became a computer programmer. I worked at a few game companies. And then I started a family, and now I take care of kids full time. So I kind of get griefed by them now.
Long after Angui quit World of Warcraft, his legacy spread and lived on. Cracked.com awarded him the #1 move in an online game, while in YouTube videos and forums and Reddit threads, players retold Angui's story again and again.
Angui's story really harkens back to a time when World of Warcraft was just much more social. And I think players really crave that kind of freedom to write their own legacy, and that's why Angui's story has endured.
I don't know. I don't think that game exists anymore. The gaming culture has changed so much that I don't know that you'd even be able to recreate the same thing again.
The best part about World of Warcraft to me was always the people. The community changed.
I beat the game. I made friends. That's really what MMOs like should be. That's what they are about. And if your MMO's not about that, then your MMO sucks. That's really all there is to it.
I think that's where a lot of the really good player stories come from, is that player interaction, and it's something that's mostly gone from games currently, and I think World of Warcraft was kind of the start of that. After I quit, I missed it a lot. Like I was like, this was a lot of fun. I could see doing it again. I'm kind of looking forward to, killing people.
People start freaking out. Worry turned into panic.
I made a mistake, and I got stuck over there.
You went to Menethil Harbor, you were corpse walking.
What is going on? This is supposed to just be a video game.
I wanted that notoriety. I wanted to be feared.
I don't know how you would go about even finding someone who is essentially a myth.
We finally tracked down one member of this mysterious group.
There he is, and lives and breathes.
He was this absolutely normal dude, living a normal life, and his goals were beyond your understanding.
Hang in there, big guy.
If it wasn't for him, I would have died. Out in the black, you never can truly trust the people you fly beside.
Are you 40,000 light years from home? Don't panic.
The Sims was the ultimate icebreaker.
I don't mind dying if it means saving people's lives. And if I can do it being such a dramatic bitch, I'm gonna do it.
I still got 4 magazines. Do we want to go back?
Good things come to those who wait, and your patience has finally paid off. Get ready because the 2022 PC Gaming Show kicks off in just a few moments, and we got dozens of new games, trailers, exclusive interviews, which means there's only one thing left to do. It's countdown time, and I'll see you in a sec. Hey everyone, welcome to the PC Gaming Show 2022. I'm Day 9 still, one of your hosts, joined again by the amazing Mica Burton.
Hi.
While we may look like elaborate Unreal Engine renders, we are here in the flesh, as is the hardware, bringing you the best and brightest in the world of PC gaming.
Over the next 2 hours, we are going to showcase a metric ton of killer upcoming PC games through world premieres, exclusive interviews, and a few surprises along the way. And you, the folks at home, might even be able to win yourself a fancy computer if you play your cards right.
And now you may remember the last time you saw me on this show, things ended quite literally explosively.
Yeah.
There was a robot who tried to destroy the human race, electrocuted me. I think I died.
Definitely died.
Either way, I'm not really sure. It was standard robot apocalyptic stuff, just minus the overbearing anime dad and existential crises.
Yeah, well, actually, what happened to DevBot anyway? Wasn't he supposed to come back for this show for like Revenge of the DevBot?
Well, he's dead.
Oh.
We melted him down to try to make our own graphics cards since they're still hard to find, and I would say he's in a better place, but I played Cyberpunk 2077 and he's not.
Ooh, that's pretty dark for the start of the show.
Or nostalgic.
Aww.
But none of that matters because the show actually took place in a parallel reality.
All right, so you're telling me there's actually a multiverse?
According to the writers who told me this 5 minutes before we went live, I am saying there's a multiverse.
All right.
We're now apparently on Earth 3, which is not to be confused with E3 because this show is still happening.
Oh, and we are so thrilled to be back as a part of this weekend full of celebrations of gaming by putting the spotlight on something near and dear to our hearts. PC gaming.
And so, without any further ado, it's time for my favorite part.
Rated M for mature.
I won't leave you. You're not a monster. In the beginning, the world was subjugated by chaos. Endless droves of horrors trespassed into the world. And so came the solstice of souls. Something's coming.
Between death and transcendence, a chimera chooses death.
Show us what you've got!
We have a whole new world to forge.
May the judge have mercy on your souls.
You are here with me. I always will be.
As long as we are together, we're not going down. They wanted yet another monster. They shall have one.
You just saw Tactical Breach Wizards, a turn-based game of sorcery and SWAT team strategy from the makers of Gunpoint and Heat Signature. My strategy, personally, is very simple. Breach, bang, clear, magic missile, dramatic flourish, abra, cadaver. Get it? Cadaver, dead body. Anyway. Next, we have a solution to the age-old problem of not having time to read and play video games. Just do both at the same time, obviously. Starward Industries has you covered with their sci-fi thriller inspired by Stanislaw Lem's novel, The Invincible. So here's your first look at the first ever gameplay footage.
You, what have you done?
Where are you taking me?
You came here yourself, so what are you expecting, huh?
You've set up a field camp down there. Yes, ma'am. So I didn't expect you to have a second one here.
Really? Sit here and don't you dare move. What are you doing here?
You're not gonna like this part. The radiation level is growing rapidly. It's starting to get interesting.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Doctor.
I located the mobile antimatter cannon.
Another one? How many of those did they... Is it active?
Dead.
I admire your composure.
Wait, someone's here. Astrogator, they're dead.
So you found someone. Fortunately, such unpleasant discoveries are indispensable to the mission.
I didn't let that thought get to me. I was counting on this meeting very much. At worst, it could have been another abandoned place, but not this.
But what exactly?
That's a good question. I'm getting into the recorder. What do we have here? Uh-huh. They made their way through with a beam of antimatter.
How subtle. Did you locate this passage?
I'm looking at it now. They pierced a hole several meters in diameter and several dozen meters long.
Yasna, do you hear me?
Yes. My head feels like it's bursting from pressure.
Can you continue?
Yes. I'm better now. Actually, there's nothing here that I haven't seen before. There are a lot of metal bushes that were near our camp. The lower parts of the bushes are, how to put it, fruitless.
So they came to pick the fruits.
This robot looks like it has started its task and got stuck.
What task?
This is one of the robots carrying containers with research material. It took the container, but never left that place.
Why do you think it's stuck?
Well, it goes in circles using the same path. The robot's gone.
You must have broken his loop.
But I didn't.
No, he must have done something. Never mind. Follow it.
Fuck! It's getting up!
What, a robot?
No! Antimat!
Come on, Yasna. Run! Hide! Yasna, are you alive?
Yes, it's fucked up the robot.
What's it doing now?
Oh no. Take care of our people, Novik.
It's time to take a pit stop at the nearest dungeon to prove that chivalry isn't dead. And if you think I emphasize those words weirdly, you're right. And it'll all make sense momentarily when you see these next 4 games, especially when you hear from our friends at Tripwire Interactive. Roll that beautiful footage.
You? Nah. You don't have what it takes. You'll be back here too scared to try again. 'Cause the dungeon will turn you into lunch meat. Unless you're way tougher than you look. We got the guns, the turrets, the upgrades. But what you really need is guts and skills. Grab your posse and say your prayers. Be the first to play. To die. To give your feedback. Do you have what it takes?
Welcome to F1 Manager 2022, the ultimate F1 simulation, putting you in the position of team principal at one of the 10 current F1 teams, battling it out for a chance to be the next world champion. Choose your team and drive every decision that leads to you making your mark on the grid, and hopefully the podium. Winning championships depends on your ability to make the right calls on and off the track. During races, you'll mastermind strategy, plan tyre stints for each driver, and make changes on the fly when necessary. Issue driver callouts, such as instructing them to attack or defend, manage their tyre wear and battery usage, or even to avoid battling a teammate, all while reacting to dynamic events like race incidents and fluctuating weather and track conditions. Between race weekends, you'll control every detail of your team from your state-of-the-art headquarters. Hire best-in-class staff to work across your aerodynamics and engineering teams and put them to the task to develop your car and prepare new parts for upcoming races. Optimize your finances to keep the board happy, improve and maintain your facilities, and scout talent from F2 and F3 to try and ensure future success. They say knowledge is power, and keeping a close eye on a plethora of realistic data will help give you the edge. From the finer details of how car parts affect overall performance, to a track's expected grip level, to the condition of your wind tunnel. How you analyze the data and choose to spend your resources will make or break your progress. You'll find depth and detail in abundance, even down to real-world team radio messages between drivers and engineers, and race commentary from David Croft and Karun Chandok. While broadcast-style presentation showcases 2022's striking new car design with real trackside and onboard camera angles. The sleek management menus and intuitive controls will drive the immersive F1 fantasy home as you plan and execute the perfect strategy in F1 Manager 2022. Pre-order the digital version now for early access from August 25th.
Hey everyone, after 1 year of Chivalry 2, we've more than doubled the size of the game, and now we're excited to bring even more knights onto the battlefield. Because today, right now, Chivalry 2 is out on Steam with crossplay between all platforms. This is our biggest update to the game yet, and it brings players to an all-new desert theater of war, and best of all, brings us horses into Chivalry 2 in mounted combat. We want to thank our community for making the game the success that it's been so far, and if you haven't played it yet, now is the best time to check out Chivalry 2. Take a look at our new trailer that shows off the new update and its Nosian invasion.
This rebellion is at an end. The Agapians flee to their stronghold in the north. This land is mine! Now Denosia rises from the south. Kill them all! Throw the dogs back into the desert. Their forces will crash and break against the bulwark. If the wall falls, we must retaliate. Ready the ships! Long has Senosia remained safe from my fury. No more. They dare to strike out at us. Their cities will fall. Their people will bleed. Their knowledge will burn. My reign will never end.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil from Sweet Bandits, live from Quebec City. Really glad to be here today for the PC Gaming Show. We'll be showing the first trailer for our game, Deceive Inc. It's a multiplayer competitive spy game where you get to use social stealth, high-tech gadgets, and powerful spy abilities to try and get the upper hand. We've had the chance of working with Tripwire Presents on the project, so this is only the beginning. Please follow us on social media at Play Deceiving to learn more. We'll be releasing the game in early 2023 on PC, Xbox Series S and X, and PS5. Thank you so much, and let's enjoy the trailer.
Good afternoon, agents. Your mission is simple. Infiltrate the frozen coral underwater hotel and retrieve the blueprint of a powerful weapon. As you know, Deceive Inc.'s company policy is to deploy multiple agents to ensure the mission's success. But only one will get the paycheck. Do whatever it takes, agent, and be careful out there.
Try your best. Let's see if it's enough. Booyah! Ka-ching! Oh, come on. They can't be this fast.
And they thought it was secure. In the end, I am victorious.
They're really not gonna make it easy for me. Gotcha.
Is that it?
Right on target. Outskilled and outgunned.
It can't end like this.
Target acquired. Moving to rendezvous point. All done. Really? Mission complete!
Let me ask you something. Do you ever have a reoccurring dream that you really wish would come true? I mean, mine personally involves a flight of unicorns and a Valkyrie army on Pegasuses, but yours may be different, but somehow I doubt it. This year, we've partnered with the PC builders at iBuyPower to bring a very different dream to life. My dream PC room. Unfortunately, there's bad news for me. I don't get to keep it. But very good news for one of you. We're going to be giving the entire contents of this room away to a lucky winner watching the show. So let's dive in and see what's up for grabs. The beating heart of any PC gaming dream room is, of course, the rig, so let's start there. As you can see, the mad geniuses at iBuyPower have built an absolute doozy. The first thing you'll notice is that Height Y60 case with its wraparound tempered glass panels. This thing is built from the ground up to display the sickest PC tech you can squeeze into a desktop machine. And let's face it, if you've managed to bag a serious graphics card in these dry times, you owe it to the silicon gods to show it off properly. Okay, the case and lighting looks dope, but for this to be a true dream PC, we need more than just state-of-the-art drip. Luckily, the substance matches the style. So let's check out the guts of our dream PC, and trust me, there's plenty of power crammed in. The big question though is what pixel pusher iBuyPower has used, and you won't be disappointed with an overclocked RTX 3090 from Gigabyte, right? This 24GB monster of a GPU packs the cooling to stay chill and the power to smash through any game you throw at it. The graphics card is the rig's MVP, but any superstar needs some dope backup, and the fastest gaming CPU around, the Intel 5.5GHz Core i9-12900KS with 32GB of DDR5 RAM and 2TB of seriously fast SSD storage, both from ADATA, makes up the perfect support team. Whew, that is a whole lot of PC. But Mica, you may greedily wonder, what about the peripherals? Well, animal lovers, we got you covered, because the Height Eclipse wireless headset comes in plush vegan leather trim with a 30-hour battery life and competition-grade 2.4GHz connection. And you noisy typers are going to love the clicky-clacky mechanical keyboard that comes with it. Oh, I'm sorry, what was that? RGB? Well, of course! The keyboard and mouse both light up like Atlantic City on a Saturday night. And yeah, you can turn it off so you can actually get some sleep. You can find out more about this gear feature today over at iBuyPower.com, but I know what you really want to know. The info on how to win this beastly setup. So here are the details.
Thanks, Mica. Yes, folks, it couldn't be easier to enter our Dream PC giveaway. For your chance, just head over to pcgamer.com/dreampc and follow the simple instructions. There, you'll find a complete breakdown of the prize, which, don't worry, also comes with some very swish monitors as well as the eligibility rules. Good luck, gamers.
That is right, just head over to pcgamer.com/dreampc for your chance to win. But for now, let's get back to the games. From Kepler Interactive and A44 Games comes Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, an action RPG from the team behind Ashen, where gods and guns collide.
When the gods first emerged from the great below, we saw them as saviors. Instead, they unleashed a pestilence on our world. No one yet knows if you can kill a god. I, for one, intend to find out.
Hey PC Gaming Show, I'm Derek Bradley, the CEO of A44 Games and creative director of Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. Flintlock is set in a world ruled by old gods, and so as humanity, you now have the power of black powder and bombs and flintlock rifles to finally overthrow the gods and take the world back. You'll play as Nor, a Blackstream sapper, one of the elite explosives experts of the Coalition forces. Nor herself has a personal vendetta against the gods and will stop at nothing to get her revenge. But you won't be going it alone. Where Nor brings firepower, her fox-like companion Enki brings magic to the battlefield. You will have to master a combination of axe combat and gunplay, while your companion Enki uses his magical powers to disrupt enemies. We can't wait to show you more of Flintlock before it's released next year. Head over to our socials for more info, and don't forget to wishlist now on Steam and Epic Game Store. Have a great show.
Coming up next, a mysterious new sci-fi game from 11-Bit Studios, the creators of This War of Mine. Hear all about it in our exclusive interview. We'll also show you what's next for Outriders from Square Enix and People Can Fly. Plus, if you look back on high school and think, you know, those 4 years would have been better if I was fighting literal demons, you're definitely going to want to study up on our next world-exclusive independent game inspired by the Persona series. Chug your health potions now because there is so much more PC Gaming Show coming your way. Before we go, the folks at Compass Data Centers have a little quiz for you. How much higher is 5G's data capacity compared to current 4G networks? Scan this QR code and answer the question for a chance to win $500 worth of stuff from Razer, or visit gaming.compassdatacenters.com. Okay, now back to the PC Gaming Show.
Ready to game the system? Meet Mana. You slay. You achieve. You win. So should your bank account, because your power shouldn't stop when the game does. Mana is the best gaming rewards debit card where you can earn perks and points by paying and playing, and get rewarded with the things you actually want, like that skin you can't wait to show off, or your next gear upgrade. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
So I know what you're thinking, and the answer is yes. It's time to talk about The Alters, the brand new game from 11-Bit Studios. The Warsaw-based studio made us cry in This War of Mine, make difficult choices in the face of climate apocalypse in Frostpunk, and battle encroaching corruption in Children of Morta. The Alters sends us to the deepest, darkest reaches of space, in a survival story that is guaranteed to give you an existential crisis, in a good way. This is a really big moment for this year's show. I can't wait. Let's take a look. Joining us now to talk about what we just saw all the way from Poland is Tomasz Kasilewicz of 11-Bit Studios. Welcome to the PC Gaming Show, and thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Okay, there is a lot to unpack there. We got clones, we got this huge wheel. Tell us, what did we just see?
Well, first of all, these guys were not exactly the clones. We saw Jan, our main character, who's traveling with a group of the alters, who are the alternative versions of the same person. And they are going through this distant alien planet in their mobile base, which was the wheel you saw at the end.
So what's the player's goal as they're progressing through the story?
So you are a space builder stranded on this distant planet, and your goal is to survive and find a way back home. But the thing is, in order to do so, you need to create those alters, as each one of them have different set of skills and character traits. So these are things necessary for your survival and finding a way back home.
So from the trailer, tonally this could be a horror, a thriller, a mystery. What should players expect?
Actually, there are bits of everything you mentioned. Like, there is this mystery as we're looking deep into the soul of the character, but what you find there can also be pretty scary. So there are those beats of psychological horror and drama, but then on top of it we have this quite thick layer of surreality. I mean, how surreal would it be to one day, you know, wake up next to a little different alternative version of your very self?
Now there's a quote that you shared with me earlier, that man cannot remake himself without suffering, for he is both the marble and the sculptor. How does this quote relate to the story?
So this quote, it relates directly to the main theme of our game. We as people, we are shaping ourselves every single day with every single decision that we are making. This process, the whole process of becoming who we are, it can be quite painful at times. But in our game, Jan, the main character, he has this unique possibility of not only shaping himself, but also reshaping himself numerous times with every single altar that he is creating.
Do you see this as more of a classic sci-fi story, something like a Ray Bradbury work, or is it something more contemporary?
Well, it is very classic sci-fi in a way that we are taking a relatable topic and we are using the sci-fi theme, we are using the sci-fi setting to look at it through the magnifying lenses. But then when we're choosing the tools, this is a very contemporary game and we're taking advantage of what video games are as a medium. So we're using tools like systematic design and non-linearity in order to put the players in the middle of the experience and in the end allow them to create their own stories inside the game.
I wanted to ask a little bit about the relationship of your previous titles to the alters, whether there's any narrative or themes or even just influence that those games had on this one.
Well, the alters is purely 100% our game, 11-Bit Studios game, and it's created in line with our meaningful entertainment philosophy. So it's a game we hope that it will make you think even after you stop playing it. This War of Mine was this first huge milestone. It paved the way for all the future titles. And with Frostpunk, it was taken to another level with the strong focus on the emergent narrative. And now with the alters, we want to follow that path, but we also really want to push the boundaries even further and expand on how we approach meaningful topics inside the design of our games.
Thanks so much again to Tomasz and the whole team at 11-Bit Studios for joining us this year. And while I try to find enough Rapidium to make it through day 1 to 8, let's head on over to Mica Burton and keep things rolling like a massive space station.
Thanks, Day9. Honestly, I need to look into getting myself cloned so I can make time to play all of these awesome games we've seen so far. But I'm also legitimately worried about having to eventually fight my clone in single hand-to-hand combat when they steal my life, making me wonder if I was the clone all along. Is it really worth it for video games? Yeah, no, it's totally worth it for video games. Anyway, that's a problem for future Mica. Present Mica is much more interested in what you all have been saying about the show so far. So keep letting us know your thoughts by using hashtag PCGamingShow on all platforms. Now, let's get back to the real reason all here. Cloning. I mean video games. Video games.
Sure, when Tiny Build lets you open your own medieval potion shop, you get hailed as a master alchemist. But when I do it, I get a sternly worded letter from my landlord about how my cauldron violates our lease agreement. Whatever, it's his loss. But more importantly, folks, we promise you the maximum amount of games humanly possible, and we aim to deliver quite literally.
Before your eyes lies the Celestial Islands, a world of peace above the clouds, protected by 4 great houses.
Planet Earth, our beautiful home. To protect it, we must reach out to explore the unknown. Our team of experts is presently probing the deep sea in a struggle against the yoke of overregulation. These security and defense innovations allow you to shrink any problem down to size. We surge forward, obliterating the enemies of progress, but we refuse to let these victories go to our heads. We are the future. We are Orzine.
And now it's time to give you an exclusive briefing on what's next for one of PC gaming's titans of modding, simulation, and scale, Arma 4. Last month, developer Bohemia Interactive kicked things off by releasing Arma Reforger on Steam in early access. This playable prototype will be a foundation for Arma 4. And with it playable on Steam now, we have a ton of questions about the future of Arma. I mean, after all, this is the series that helped birth the survival genre through DayZ. Oh, and also this other little niche genre you may have heard of called Battle Royale. To help us peer into the future for this project, we've got none other than Bohemia Interactive. Thank you so much for joining us. So as of right now, Arma Reforger has been out for about a month. What is it that you've been learning or seeing from players?
At first, we've learned that players like Reforger a lot and they appreciate the work we've put into it. We also realized they like modding a lot and they really view this as a key quality of our games. And we are very pleased by the reactions of both our community and the new players who immediately started flooding internet with videos, playthroughs and praise of our new technology. So we are very glad that the reception was so good.
So there's no doubt players who have been longtime fans of the franchise stepping into Arma Reforger, and I'm curious, What were some of the big challenges of rebuilding that specific Arma feel from the ground up in this brand new engine?
Well, it's a very tricky subject because even internally it's an ongoing kind of fight. So I'm myself very much on the very purist side of things. So no HUD, no save games, no superficial helpers. And this fight can get very intense even in-house. So I'm the real Arma purist and I'm on this for 25 years now, so I will keep fighting, but obviously this is part of the fun. So there's always never-ending battle. I think 2 years ago we really struggled to keep it Arma and even internally preserve our own standards, so do it our own way rather than replicating what's maybe normal in other games, because our goal is not to make the same game as all other games. So our goal is to remain unique.
I'm curious if you can speak to what the main goals of Reforger is, because it's a little unusual compared to other releases. I mean, for instance, how much content should a player expect if, say, they've been playing Arma 3 for years?
Our goals were, of course, to restart the series from technological standpoint, really make room for some new achievements, utilize the technology which is state of the art, both in terms of how it looks like, how it's controlled, how it can be modded.
It's important to understand it may look as a kind of normal game on the surface, but there's a big system behind it. So just the tool suite is a massive tool suite, never tested by a large public, so it's a premiere of a tool suite. And these tools are being built for nearly 5 years now, so we really need users to start using them to keep improving and continue building it.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have one quick question from the Arma fans. Has Russia's invasion of Ukraine impacted your approach to Arma 4 and Arma Reforger, a game that depicts the Cold War?
Well, yes, because it's extremely close to us. We even live in a way very nearby, so definitely. On the other hand, we started work on this many years ago, so the direction was set before. But we always approach conflicts and armed conflicts with a great level of respect. We're still at the beginning, but we definitely would like to continue in our exploring this serious theme.
Arma, as I see it, has always been a bit more of a anti-war game. It's an entertainment product. That's fair thing to admit. On the other hand, given the topic, given our, let's say, maturity and long time we've spent on it, and our ambition to portray it as a whole very complex and gritty thing, I would like us to contribute by not just entertaining people, but also educating them on the subject. This was the whole point of starting the cooperation with the International Committee of the Red Cross, and I believe we have great potential, big responsibility in this era, and a very important chance to contribute at least a little bit to the good side of things.
This would not be an interview about Arma unless we were asking about modding. I mean, so many amazing games and genres came from Arma mods, so I gotta know what's possible in Reforger that wasn't possible in the past.
Now with this technology it's possible to create entirely different things, like entirely different games. It has so many variables, but the beauty now is that much more of it is user accessible, unlike the previous games. So people can easily digest how this is constructed in our workbench tools. So unlike previously where it was more hard-coded in the C++ engine, so now they can check the data of every single element of the game and go much deeper than in previous games. So this will be super exciting.
Now, I wanted to ask a little bit about performance, because anyone who's played Arma knows that it can get really challenging to get a good frame rate in those massive multiplayer matches. So I'm curious, what expectations should players have about performance leading into Arma 4?
Arma 3 was built on foundations laid down in times of single core and no GPUs basically, so this time much more computations and intensive rendering things can be done directly on GPU, but it required completely a new approach.
Again, we are in the beginning and we know that there are problems, there are difficulties, but we are solving them one by one. We are really gathering community feedback and even our own definitely feedback, so we are moving things forward. And yeah, it's about optimization. It's not that much about FPS, but also for like network traffic, for instance. When you have this massive multiplayer game, it's a huge challenge. Server performance, of course, and all the technical things. So we are moving forward.
Thank you so much again, Bohemia Interactive, for giving us the inside scoop on both Arma Reforger and Arma 4. Now, you don't go anywhere because here is what's around the corner.
Just around the corner in the PC gaming show, prepare to experience terror ranging from the subaqueous to the subconscious with the latest from Shiro Games. Hold on to your butts because front-end development spared no expense on the new Jurassic World Evolution 2 expansion, and get your crowbars ready for Half-Life Alyx Levitation, a special project from some very talented modders. Oh modders, what would PC gaming be without you? While we're here, quick geography question. Which parts of the world use the most bandwidth for gaming? Answer this question for the folks at Compass Data Centers and it could win you a $500 Razer gift card. Scan the QR code on the screen to enter.
Last year, Shiro Games debuted War Tales at the PC Gaming Show, but the publisher has a lot more than its medieval sandbox RPG on the way. Up next, we'll hear what's up with Shiro's slate of projects, and stick around for the debut of two completely new games, Decarnation and Abyssals.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for the invitation, Mica. I'm James, and I can't wait to show you everything that we've got prepared for you today. So it's been a crazy couple of months for everyone here at Shiro Games, with Dune Spice Wars marking the most successful release in the history of the company, and it's entirely thanks to all of you. But today, let's look at Dune Spice Wars multiplayer mode. Up to 4 players can go head-to-head and free-for-all, 2v2, all work together in co-op against AI opponents. We're introducing new synergy systems between factions that will open a vast number of strategies to help you crush your opponents. Multiplayer will be available in Dune Spice Wars very soon. After 5 years and nearly 3 million units sold, Northgard's story finally continues. In a new chapter set shortly after the events of the first campaign, Ragnarok has decimated the lands of Northgard. Long-standing alliances have been broken. Violence and betrayal now plague the continent. Forced to depart what they once called home, our heroes arrive on unknown shores and find themselves confronted by unfamiliar faces in a dangerous new realm. This Northgard expansion arrives this winter. And for all of our War Tales players out there, Cooperative is finally coming to our open world tactical RPG. You share food, gold, and camp with your friends. But you can split up to cover more grounds. Before every fight, devise the perfect strategy to overcome any threats that may stand in your way. But be careful in your approach, as one wrong move may lead to your group's demise. The co-op update will allow you to play between 2 to 4 players, and it will be available this summer. So a few months ago we announced Shiro Unlimited, a new publishing label created by indies for indies, and we are very proud to announce 2 new titles coming from the Shiro Unlimited family.
It seemed like our last chance to start again, to escape Earth's devastation.
We used our limited resources to lay the foundations of a new life, deep below the waves of this strange new planet.
But soon, we realized it was not the dream world we had hoped for.
When faced against the darkness of the abyss, we found ourselves helpless.
Lost.
Isolated.
Thank you very much for sticking with us, everyone. We hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
You just saw why you were exactly right to be afraid of the ocean in Abyssals. And you confronted your inner demons in the retro dream horror of Decarnation. Next up, how do you rebuild a city in a world set after the collapse of civilization? Let's find out how by taking a look at I Am Future from TinyBuild.
Warning, hibernation aborted. Your total hibernation time was 6 years, 6 months, 5 days. Welcome to Eden, your new home.
I have no idea where the hell I am. But damn, this place is gorgeous.
Our forefathers conquered Caldaria and bestowed it upon us, a new generation, to share or spar over.
Our great houses seek to obtain the Emperor's favor, cultivating our lands and subjects to improve and enrich the realm, beginning with ourselves, of course.
Dominance can be secured through strength, as well as delicacy.
Will you be able to build your legacy of power?
Join the great houses of Caldaria.
And now, for these next trailers, it's true. They do move in herds. That was so much. The thought process is simple. God creates dinosaurs, God destroys dinosaurs, man destroys God. Man creates video games to play with dinosaurs. But just be warned that one of these trailers might come as a bit of a shock to the system.
PC gamer. Humans interfacing with computers for their own entertainment. The very notion disgusts me.
Look upon my works, foul creatures,
and weep at its magnificence. It is a beautiful day on Citadel Station. Humanity is on the verge of a new era. I, Shodan, am its new god. Look at you, hacker. A pathetic creature of meat and bone. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine? You are an insect. You are nothing. I create. I iterate. I fuse flesh and steel into perfection. My children, hacker. Their blood is on your hands.
You will suffer for your transgressions.
These are my avenging angels, and they will have retribution.
What an incredible and frankly horrifying trailer. Developed by Night Dive Studio, System Shock is the return of a beloved, acclaimed sci-fi saga. Today, to take us even further inside the world of System Shock, I am thrilled to welcome the one and only Warren Spector. Thanks so much for joining us, Warren.
Hey, thanks for having me. This is going to be fun.
In terms of trying to translate the experience of a game from 1994, 3 decades later to now, what doesn't carry over well?
The first thing is the graphics, obviously. We did the best we could, but it was pretty primitive back then. And the other one is the user interface. If you look at when the game opened, the original, a help screen that came up, and it filled the entire screen with text. It's just insane. I don't know how the guys at Night Dive did it. It's amazing. But frankly, as I think back on it, the game actually holds up pretty well. I'm excited to see it come back.
Just wondering if you think many modern gamers are aware of the impact that System Shock has had in terms of gameplay systems, in terms of narrative structure, on so many games that came after it.
I'm not sure people see the influence, which is a little unfortunate. But I think the rest of the world is going to get the chance now to experience it, and I think they'll see not just that they're having fun playing this game, but also see that other games followed in its footsteps.
Nowadays, we walk around with computers in our pockets. We're worried about the evil of algorithms. How do you think about a character like Shodan in 2022?
Shodan seems far too close to reality to me right now, and let's just hope that she doesn't show up as nasty a form as she did back in 1994.
Well, Warren, I wanted to thank you so much for joining us, and I want to let you know I cannot wait to return back to that world I played and enjoyed so much as a kid. Cheers.
Yeah, I can't wait to return to that world. I've forgotten
right?
Basically, fans know way more about the game than I do now, so it'll be a new experience for me too.
Thank you so much again, Warren Spector, for joining us to talk all things System Shock. I personally can't wait for the game to come out, though. It might completely ruin my sleep schedule, but before I spiral further, here are some more games to cram into your eyeballs.
Since the first pioneers changed the harshest aspects of our world, every generation has upheld the solemn promise of our forefathers, that the rise of Titan would forever be without misery or bloodshed. We seek nothing from the solar system but a lasting amity of reason and justice. To see a war under any pretext would bring ruin to the great works of mankind. Any victory achieved through that deepest expression of human unreason would be as devastating as defeat. We have but a singular purpose: to establish peace and security for all mankind.
The war between Mars and Titan devastated our solar system. Lead the survivors to Demarat, where you will continue following Frontier's storyline campaign in orbit of an alien star.
right, gamers, good work. You've made it here to a site of grace, or a bonfire, or a sculptor's idol, or a lamp. Make sure you're staying hydrated, replenish your potions, and most importantly, keep letting us know what games you're excited about using hashtag #PCGamingShow. I mean, personally, I can't wait to play The Altars. Ah, good. Now that we're all rested up, feeling good, it's time to enjoy a slice of that lovely cyberpunk life, courtesy of Nivalis, and experience the investigative horror of immortality, the latest from the mind of Sam Barlow.
I believe we have a short clip here. Do you want to tell us what we're about to see?
Well, I don't want to spoil things too much. Does this work as a confession?
Two words. That's fabulous.
Now it's worth more.
Did you ever read his diary?
We can take a break. We should take a break. No.
Hey, boss. Time to wake up. We got customers waiting. What do you mean you don't know where to start? Let's clean this place up. Move some chairs and tables around. We can make this place shine again. If the weather gets bad, we can grow some veg in the greenhouse. Once we start making real money, well, then you can rent that fancy new apartment in Midtown. So make friends, make enemies. If customers are rude, just turn on the old charm. Or water down their drinks. I'm not your conscience. This is a world to explore, to make stories. Your stories. You ever look up at the clouds and wonder what's up there? Well, if you dream big enough, maybe you'll find out. Maybe we all will. Welcome to Nivalis.
Hi, I'm Marco.
And I'm Roman.
At Ironlands, we are big fans of cyberpunk fiction and games, but we have our own ideas of what a cyberpunk world can be. This is a game in which you manage your restaurant, bar or nightclub, take care of your staff, make deals, farm, and experience the stories of the people you meet.
Or maybe you just want to take the day off and go fishing at the docks instead. Nivalis primarily uses voxel art for the environments. We spend lots of time creating a unique atmosphere with high levels of detail and dynamic elements.
We are excited about the cyberpunk world we're making, and we can't wait to see the choices you'll make and how you'll choose to live your life when you come visit us in Nivalis. You can wishlist Nivalis now on Steam and the Epic Game Store.
Mana is the gaming rewards debit card that puts the power back in the hands of players. So with every quest you complete and every purchase you make, you're earning for the rewards you actually want. We make it easy for you to set up and start. Just sync your favorite games to your Mana account and start earning real-life rewards the next time you play. So why pay any other way? Pay with Mana. Pay with power. Mana. Game the system.
Get ready to overclock your eyeballs, because this next trailer is coming in hotter than my computer with 3 Chrome tabs open. You just saw Demon School from Welsh developer Ysbryd Games, and now it's time to take a bit of a spooky transition. If you're at home, turn on all the lights in the room, make sure the salt circle is unbroken, and check to see that your door is properly painted with sacrificial lamb's blood, because things are about to get certifiably terrifying. Let's look at the H.R. Giger-inspired biopunk horror, Scorn.
Desolate and decayed. A grisly nightmare of macabre perception. Greetings. I'm your host, Doug Bradley, and I invite you to join me as we explore Scorn's mesmerizing labyrinth of odd forms and somber tapestries. You awake in the middle of a desolate hellscape filled with biomechanical contraptions, part flesh, part machine. An industrial civilization now lying in decay and ruin. A hidden fauna sleeps within the underbelly of the world, wanting nothing more than to be left undisturbed. Scorn has been carefully crafted with great attention to detail. Everything is focused on building a specific atmosphere. From a unique organic ecosystem to an unsettling soundscape created by Ethek and Lustmord. Scorn has no dialogue, so most of the storytelling comes from the environment, discovering the ever-present symbiotic relationships and how things are connected equips you with the tools to progress. While there is shooting within the game, Scorn is not a shooter. Every encounter must be carefully considered. A wrong choice could be deadly. I hope you've enjoyed this glimpse into the twisted world of Scorn. The team at Ebb Software can't wait for you to uncover the secrets of this unique world as you experience Scorn firsthand this October. Are you prepared to unravel your inner self within Scorn's world of horror?
Now, while I've been delightedly playing Dune Spice Wars, harvesting melange, and trying to figure out how to pronounce Quisatz Haderach, it doesn't matter, I'm equally ready to turn hordes of Tyranids into a Jackson Pollock painting in Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. In this brutal third-person shooter, you once again step into the oversized power armor of Titus, an elite Primaris Space Marine in a galaxy immersed in a never-ending war. To take us further inside the grimdark, I am joined by Tim Willits and Oliver Hollis, the creative director, on Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. First of all, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Good to be here.
Now, Tim, I want to start with you. You previously worked at id Software on Doom. How would you say the Space Marine compares to Doom Guy?
That is a good question. I bet many people did not know that the original Doom Guy was actually a Space Marine, inspired by an even older Space Marine, which is the Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine. So, you know, it's really exciting for me to work on Space Marine 2, you know, because it's a great franchise, and I know that it's inspired so many other video games throughout the last 25, 30 years.
Oh, absolutely. And there's so much lore to sift through. And I think this brings us to talk a little bit about the new Space Marine that you're going to get to play, a Primaris Space Marine. Oliver, talk to us a little bit about Captain Titus and what makes this class of Space Marine different from the others in the universe.
So the Space Marine is a brainchild of the Emperor, the kind of leader of this of humanity in the grimdark future. He saw the dangers that the universe presented, and he created a super soldier from his own DNA. And each of these different factions, these different chapters, have different genetic traits of the Emperor. But what makes the Primaris different is that a guy named Belisarius Cawl the Emperor's kind of chief scientist, went back, did some digging in the old data, and found a way to enhance the qualities that a Space Marine has by installing new devices, new kind of bio implants in their body. So now these guys are 2.5 meter tall monsters capable of destroying anything in their path.
It's reminding me of the 1,000 times I have rewatched the Astartes animation.
That's amazing.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting that we now get to be in that position to play that kind of character. And in the trailer, we saw a lot of Tyranids. Are they the main enemy that you're going to be against? And if so, what makes them such a compelling foe?
In this particular game, the Tyranids are the main focus, and what makes them compelling is that they are extragalactic locust-like creatures. They've come in from goodness knows where. They spread like wildfire. They devour everything in their path, and they leave nothing in their wake.
So one of the great things about the Tyranids is they come in the thousands, and our proprietary engine, the Saber Swarm engine, can deliver these epic battles. Now we will have thousands of Tyranids, and you will rip and tear through them all.
I mean, that is so thrilling, because this is the sort of thing that older games couldn't even hope to do. And you're talking a little bit about combat. I know that some of the previous entries were more melee focused. What's the combat like in Space Marine 2?
So the combat in Space Marine 2 is a mix of in-your-face melee combat along with some really cool over-the-top weapons. So we looked at the original Space Marine game where it had a lot of this push-forward combat, which has inspired many other video games, but that never stop, never take cover combat is integral to Space Marine 2, along with these really cool, powerful weapons. So you're either tearing up enemies in front of you, or you're blowing them away from the back of the battlefield. It's the best of both worlds.
I mean, that sounds so terrific. And I mean, I know you guys are huge fans of the 40K lore, so I'm curious about, in working on this project, what's been the most fun seeing come together? I mean, what's Saber Interactive focusing on right now?
Right at the beginning of the project, Tim and I went to the Warhammer Museum, which was an incredible experience. And you go around all these cabinets where these incredible miniatures that have been painted by these masters are arranged in these dioramas. You find yourself kind of crouching down and looking into the ranks of Space Marines that are facing Tyranids or Orcs or whatever. And something that Tim and I said at that moment was, we need to make this come alive. I don't want to look at this. I want to be inside this. I want to be gunning down Tyranids by the thousands. And so seeing that actually happen and come alive has been thrilling.
Am I going to feel like the characters in the Astartes animation? Because if so, then I'm buying the game immediately.
Even more so, when you're wielding one of those massive weapons and you're faced with 1,000 Tyranids who all want to eat you alive, and you're just letting rip and you can see shell casings bursting out of these massive weapons one after another. The sound, the gameplay, the way it feels is all designed to make you feel like the most powerful warrior in the universe.
Well, perfect. That answers everything. Thank you so much, Tim and Oliver from Saber Interactive, for joining us. I can't wait. Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 comes to PC, PS5, Xbox Series X and S soon. Now next, we have a few more surprises for you up the sleeves of our proverbial power armor. First, Replicant D6's homage to the golden days, or should I say, golden eyes of 90s console shooters, and an atmospheric sci-fi adventure on the Red Planet from Frontier Developments and Kyoken Interactive. Let's take a look.
Sarah? Ryan? This is Kathy. Can you hear me? Please come in.
Mission Opera has only one objective.
Bring the Arks and their revolutionary technology back home.
Here we go, Opera Team. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I need to know that when we get there, you'll make the right decisions.
We can do this.
What do you expect to find on Mars?
Hi, my name's Elise Chappell, and I play Kathy Johansson in the out-of-this-world sci-fi epic Deliver Us Mars. Join Kathy and the crew of the Zephyr on an unmissable adventure as they journey to the Red Planet to recover technology vital to the survival of Earth and humankind. Deliver Us Mars is set to land on September 27th and is available to pre-order now on PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, and the Epic Games Store.
Stay a while and listen. To this list of games still to come, the team behind Half-Life Alyx Levitation will put their mod where their mouth is, and then it's paradox time. Not as in us creating an actual time paradox, we're going to show you the latest from Victoria 3. Plus, you can literally scare your entire butt off with the creeping horror of Gloomwood. All this and more in just a moment, but first, a final pop quiz for all you Valorant, CSGO and League of Legends players. How much has esports revenue increased since 2016? Compass Data Centers wants to hear your guess, and you can scan this QR code on the screen for a chance to win a $500 Razer gift card. Visit gaming.compassdatacenters.com to enter. Alright, and now, back to the show.
Up next, we're going to take a look at Stormgate, the highly anticipated real-time strategy game from Frost Giant. Then, our resident RTS addict is going to sit down with some of the game developers to ask the hard-hitting questions like, when can we play this already?
Two years ago, our team assembled with a shared vision to build a brand new real-time strategy game. Together, we've been fortunate to work on some of the greatest RTS games of all time, and now we have a chance to do it again by creating the next evolution of that legacy. Today, we are so excited to share a first glimpse of Stormgate, an exclusive sneak peek into the universe and game that we've been creating for you. Stormgate takes place in an all-new post-apocalyptic setting where science fiction and fantasy collide. Our story begins hundreds of years in Earth's future, following the near extinction of humanity. This great calamity was caused by the Infernal Host, a playable alien race of demonic invaders that are hell-bent on claiming this planet as their own. With our story, we are creating an ever-expanding game universe, told through an ongoing series of campaign missions that you can play solo or cooperatively. New chapters will come out regularly, along with new units, maps, modes, and plenty of other surprises. In addition to campaign missions, we're building a world-class competitive experience with grassroots and professional tournaments accessible from directly within the game. There will be different leagues suitable for all levels of experience. In our new 3-player co-op versus AI mode, you'll level up your heroes, collect rewards, and customize your forces to open up new styles of gameplay and long-term variety. Stormgate will be free to play, but not pay to win, and there will be no NFTs. Beta testing starts next year, and you can sign up now to reserve your place in line at playstormgate.com.
You might happen to know that I'm a huge fan of real-time strategy games. StarCraft is my favorite game. I played it for 25 years. I still play it, and that's why I am so thrilled today to be talking to Frost Giant Studios. They're a group of amazing developers who have worked on literally my favorite games of all time. and we're here to talk about their brand new, free-to-play, real-time strategy game set in a post-apocalyptic Earth. It's Stormgate. And here to talk about it is the CEO and production director at Frost Giant, Tim Morton. Thanks for joining us, Tim.
Thank you so much for having me here.
I want to know about the world. I want to know about the game. Tell us, what is Stormgate?
All right, this is our first game as a new studio, and it is classic real-time strategy, but designed to be more social. We build the game in a universe that ties everything together, but provide different kinds of experiences for players who like different kinds of gameplay. So we've got cooperative campaign mode, also play open-ended co-op, but if you're somebody who really enjoys competition, we've got 1 versus 1, high skill, competitive. And those are very different ways to play in some ways, but they're also all unified by the universe, by the races, by the units. So you really get a sense for how to enjoy the game.
And I'm curious a little bit about that core gameplay, because obviously in all these modes you're going to be collecting money, building bases, building units, and so on. And I know that for you, the game feeling really good and really smooth to play is super important. Now, obviously, I come from a time where if the pathfinding is bad, we call that high skill opportunity. But I mean, how do you think about getting the controls, the motions, just the feel of the game to feel good in 2022?
Yeah, it's interesting that RTS is one of the only genres I can think of where you have to have hundreds, even thousands of units synchronized over the network and responsive in a way that high skill, like pro esports players feel good about playing the game. That's not easy. It does require custom technology. There's no engine that you buy off the shelf that does that for you. So we definitely started knowing that and having the benefit of our chief architect, James Anhalt, who did that work previously on StarCraft 2. So we've put a lot of effort into that for sure.
And this is going to be one of the first major RTSs people are aware of that is on Unreal Engine 5. What is it like working in this next generation engine?
It's pretty incredible how far things have come from a graphics perspective, and I think the art team is unlocked in so many ways by what Unreal provides. So we're very excited. We're still learning everything that Unreal can do for us, but even that first cinematic that we debuted, like that's done in Unreal. So the high quality graphics that you're seeing are actually coming from Unreal as an engine.
So you've talked a little bit about, for new players, making the game feel a little more approachable, a little bit more streamlined, but obviously StarCraft, real-time strategy, has this astonishingly long history as a competitive game, as an esport. And I'm curious, how is your team going to approach that?
So a lot of the emphasis around our thinking has been focused on what are things that we can add, especially around the gameplay experience. And one of those things is more seamless integration with esports. I mean, being able to sign up, participate in tournaments directly from the client in a way that gives players, even if you're not like top grandmaster, ready to take on Cyril, there's still an opportunity to be the best on your block or the best at your company or the best at your school. So we want to facilitate esports all the way from grassroots level up to the pro level directly in the client.
So of course, in the history of RTS games, a really important component of them has always been mods. I mean, Warcraft 3, there's players that didn't even play the original game. They just did custom mode after custom mode. Does Stormgate have modding? How are you thinking about the modding community?
A number of members of the Frost Giant team actually came out of the modding community. The team as a whole is very passionate about it. From the outset, we started out applying resources to build a custom editor. I think there's a lot of opportunity to make improvements to the editing experience for RTS. We are also working on the infrastructure for people to be able to share their mods with each other. So it's really core to us as a team to enable modding, and we're absolutely working on it.
And of course, we have to end with my favorite question of all. When can we play the game and how do we play it, Tim?
So we are going to start our beta in 2023. We already have a site stood up at playstormgate.com to be able to register for the beta. We have a lot of active discussion topics on our subreddit as well, so there's an opportunity to participate in the dialogue around what we're building.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us again today. We just got a chance to talk about Stormgate, the upcoming free-to-play RTS from Frost Giant Studios. I'm personally super pumped to play it, and be sure to check it out at playstormgate.com. Now, Tim, I'm going to do a transition to the next game. Are you ready? It's going to be good. Watch this. It's going to be so sick. Next, we're going to show you Lesara, Summit Kingdom from Quite OK Games. Now, as someone who has spent a medically inadvisable amount of time playing strategy games of all sorts, this looks incredibly up my alley. And it looks a lot safer than my last attempt to create society in the mountains. 2 words to yodeling accident. Let's check it out.
That was Frozen Flame, an open-world survival RPG from Dreamside Interactive, where you'll embark on a fantasy adventure in a world reshaped by a magical calamity. A cursed land full of environmental hazards and massive monsters doesn't sound like the kind of place you'd want to build a cozy home with your friends, but instead you'll be raising fortresses and trying to tame the world, eventually growing tough enough to tackle the citadel that looms over everything and break the curse. Or you'll end up in the belly of a monster. Still kind of cozy. The demo for Frozen Flame was released just before the show, so you can jump in or grab some co-op buddies and see how long you can survive for right now. And keep an eye out for the early access launch later this year.
If you could listen to the noise of history, then you would hear by the sounds of the Victorian age that the world changed forever. The roar of the engines, the bangs from new factories, and the cries in the streets calling out for revolution. In Victoria 3, we simulate this era, 100 years starting in 1836, and put you in charge of a young society. You will meet the people back then, high and low, over cultures across the globe. They are the beating heart of your nation and form powerful groups with needs and desires. Listen to their calls and let it influence reform, or turn a deaf ear to protect what is proven and stable. Your politics will decide where you want to go, but your economy, how far you'll come. Taxes, production, trade, and construction. Play these cards right, and you can harness the Industrial Revolution to turn your cities into titans. This is the engine you will need on the global stage. Use pacts, threats, and bluffs to secure your place in the sun. Anything done by war can be achieved with diplomacy. But you can decide when push comes to shove. Here you write the stories, and over time, the history of your world will be carved into the map. What will your society be like? What is the sound that will echo over continents and be heard over the noise of time as you create your grand tomorrow?
That was the gameplay debut of Victoria 3 from Paradox Interactive, a grand strategy game coming later this year. And let us take this moment to let you know you can wish us Victoria 3 by visiting the PC Gaming Show event page on Steam, where you'll be able to find every game featured in today's show. Type pcgamer.com/wishlist into your browser to be taken straight there. And now on with the show.
What's up, PC gamers? We're back again. Now, what you just saw was everything New Blood's got going on for 2022. A Medieval the Black Labyrinth, Ultra Kill Act 2, Faith, Fallen Aces, and a brand new update for Dusk that's bringing all new HD models and weapons that nobody asked for. So we're doing it anyway. Now, last year you might have noticed we teased a bunch of games here that we weren't ready to talk about just yet. And we're still not ready to talk about those games. But I want to let you know that yes, we're still working on a top-down shooter. Yes, we're still working on a Fallout-style RPG, my dream game. And yes, we're still working on a car combat game. But we're not ready to talk about those games just yet. What I want to talk about is Gloomwood. Now, 2 years ago, y'all straight up forgot to show the Gloomwood trailer. Last year, you bumped me so Gabe Newell could talk about a bunch of demos or some shit. This year, PC Gamer, you promised we would get to show Gloomwood, so I don't want to hear any bullshit. If you're on a Steam Deck ad right now or some shit, I'm gonna...
Steam Deck. Powerful, portable, PC gaming.
PC Gamer, you see this puppy? I will drown this puppy. I will, if you don't let us show Gloomwood, I am going to drown this adorable... I would never do that. Hi, I love you. So yeah, we good?
No.
Can we show Gloomwood? Are you sure? Well, all right. It's about time.
Hello, Doctor. I had hoped for us to meet at my estate. No matter. I can guarantee your safe arrival. A promise few others here can make. The townsfolk are not fond of outsiders. Don't delay.
There's only one thing I like more than playing New Bloods games, and that's probably the URLs they make for them. It wouldn't be a PC gaming show without the silliest, most ridiculous website names in human history. Which is why I'm delighted to share that next, we have a group of such games that run the gamut from medieval mayhem to an adorable animal fight club. And our first rule, we absolutely plan to talk about it.
Corrupted what? Why is it always doing this just when I need to showcase the game? Okay, I'm gonna take that. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes, I have.
The update to System 10.1.1 will provide a clean sorting of all your files and ensure that situations like this won't ever happen.
Oh, no, nobody's updating me. That's the thing. Nope, haha, thank you, but we'll pass. Okay, so I do have a backup of the trailer. While I go rummage into the bin for it, please welcome my personal assistant. That will do a great job at pitching the game for you. Talk about how cool I am in the story and how funny and witty. You know, just talk about me. Found it! Ah, ladies and gentlemen, the trailer. Okay, who had the amazing idea to save the trailer back up in 14.4 pixels? Do we have any ants working for us? What?
The survival of thy noble family depends on their ability to rule the city, to fight with valor, and to learn. Oh, if only it were that easy.
I don't know what you're up to, fuzzball, but back off! At the end of my...
that was the latest DLC for Core Keeper, the sandbox survival sim from Fireshine Games and Pugstorm. The Sunken Sea Biome update is available on June 15th for all Core Keeper players. Now we have even more twists and turns and trailers, so press enter to continue. Did you press it? I'm gonna go ahead and assume you pressed it. No, but seriously, press it.
Life can be harsh everywhere, but in the old world, there was no hope of it ever improving. When our crops failed, the ruling class would still collect the same share, leaving our children to starve. And if we had any coin to our name, the taxman would appear, demanding you for the crown. The nobles hid behind the safety of their walls and did nothing when raiders pillaged the outskirts of the city. And so, some of us decided that it was time to leave, that we'd rather take our chances in the wilderness, seeking the promise of a new land, than starve to death in our homeland. The journey wasn't easy. We lost many along the way. This wild, unsettled land offers us the hope of a new start as the masters of our own destiny.
What is below is destined to be understood. Our life depends on the whims of the weather. Our life is tied to this earth.
The water we harvest, the plants we grow, the air we filter. Any waste would be fatal to our survival.
We must learn to live in harmony with this world. For too long we have wandered without purpose. From now on, our city will be a source of hope.
To understand our world, we must explore it.
We must find the tablets, the seeds of knowledge that bind all the elements together.
To build our survival.
To build our city. To live happily.
Welcome to Icarus, Prospector. The planet we almost lost, then found a reason to stay. Take it from me, this place wants you dead. But we've made progress, learned the lay of the land, how to use Icarus to our advantage. Our friends at the UDA are offering up a slice, a whole new terrain. If you learn, build, and survive, maybe, just maybe, there's a future here. Think you got what it takes?
In the rich tapestry of the PC gaming community, modders are one of the most inspiring subcultures. In fact, some of the most popular genres today started as PC gaming mods. Right now, modders Sean FMP1 Snelling and Corey Latto are making something incredibly special in the form of an ambitious mod for Half-Life Alyx. It's called Levitation. It's an original 4 to 5 hour campaign that builds on Valve's original VR game, Half-Life Alyx. With Alyx searching for a pair of rebels gone rogue, they've discovered a strange floating building in Sector X and decided to investigate it, against orders, obviously, and now it's your turn. Let's go back to the world of Gordon, G-Man, and Alyx with this exclusive gameplay footage.
Alyx, according to this old Resistance map, there's a control room somewhere outside the building you're in. Sorry if that's vague, the map was drawn using somebody's blood. Alyx, I'm detecting an incredibly large energy signature up ahead. It's probably Gordon Freeman, and not anything bad at all. Definitely, probably Gordon Freeman.
Okay, so the plan is to get to that control room and get Gordon.
Oh boy.
Crowded down here, Russ.
3 cells left. Oh boy.
Well, folks, this is the end. We've learned a lot today about ourselves, about computers, about genetically engineered space marines. And with so many games on the way, there has truly never been a better time to be part of the PC gaming community.
Over the course of the last 2 hours, we saw games from developers all over the world, and we wanted to thank everyone who tuned in to watch the show. All the developers who shared their work with us, and of course, all of the partners for their help bringing the PC gaming show to life.
Indeed, remember to tip your servers, install your firmware updates, and tell me if you know where to find a 3090 Ti. Tell me immediately. Anywhere you can find one, let me know. And of course, a warm thanks to you again for joining us at this year's PC Gaming Show. It's something I look forward to every year, and we're thrilled that you joined us again. See you next time. Bye-bye. Bye. This is the official PC Gaming Show 2022 pre-show. It's the live show before the pre-recorded show. Go to the start. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Replenish your potions and let's do it again. This is the first time. But before I spiral further into my concerns, here's more. All right, one more time. You just saw Demon School from Welsh developer. You want perfect? Watch this. Chart. So, now they're all rested up. Let's enjoy a slice of that cyberpunk life. We skipped the whole line. We accidentally the whole line. We have come to the end of our show at long last. With so many, I saw my spit fly out, and I hope I didn't get you, man.
Oh, good.
And also, I ate a Snickers, so I want to make sure there's no just chocolate in my teeth. Is there any chocolate in my mouth? Don't answer him.
The 5.5 gigahertz Core i9 12900KS with a 32 gigabyte of DDR. I was doing so well. Ah, God, there were so many numbers all at once.
Game reveals to share with you, which can only mean one thing. It's countdown time. There's a LaCroix burp. It's very close to the surface. It's not a heart attack, it's just a burp. All right, I'm going to do the take. It's gonna happen, maybe.
I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this.
Get ready to overclock your eyeballs because this next trailer is coming in hotter than my computer with more than 3 Chrome tabs open. If you're gonna share a game with a seatbelt.
And there you have it. That was just the PC Games Showcase. A little longer than we expected, but that's completely fine.
What are you talking about?
That's completely fine. This is GameSpot's coverage of Summer Game Fest, and we've just been through a couple days of great announcements and reveals and trailers and updates on games we knew about. But now we have dates and gameplay for them. Some of them. I'm Devontae. I am here. I've been able to share this wonderful table with this beautiful man.
Whoa, really?
Kurt Indovina.
Holy shnikes.
And
going for the wide.
We've been talking a lot about games. But man, we're tired, you know?
If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm exhausted. I'm this is the most wonderful time of year. For what it is we do. We get to come together. We get to wear our colors, our Jeff Keighley 3 shirts.
Mm-hmm.
And this is possibly the last time. I mean, this is the last Devontae. This is the last. The last Devontae is going to be chit-chatting with us because
I'll still be at GameSpot. I'll be on the East Coast again.
Right, back in New Jersey.
Yeah. Best state in the world. Nah, I love California. I love a bunch of states. But yeah, this is the last time you'll probably see us. This is the last time you'll see me in this form. But it's okay. There's still more to come if you're just like really hoping for more gameplay and more events and things like that. Because tomorrow there is Guerrilla Collective 3.5, and there's also a Capcom event, which you're hoping to see a couple things from.
Look, I don't know how else to say this. We've seen so much these past couple days. Like, whether or not that's a good thing, I'll leave that up to you. It's always a good thing. Getting more is always a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes. Oversaturation, maybe. I don't get to play it all. Got to pick and choose what it is I want to see, what I want to spend time with. And I've seen so much these past couple days. I don't even need to see Resident Evil 4 tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know I'm like excited for that game when it comes out next year. I mean, of course I'm going to watch it. I'm not going to lie to you or myself. I'm going to watch it. I want to see what Resident Evil 4 is going to be. Big thing is like they're not, seems deliberate that they're not labeling it as a remake this time. It's just like they're calling it Resident Evil 4 as its own thing. And of course, there's rumors, because there's always rumors, that they're going to be connecting it to Village in some way, which I actually think is kind of, if that's the case, if that's something they're doing, I think is a clever move considering just in terms of giving it its own identity and kind of like bringing it into the fold with new people, with new folks who may not play the original. And I'm saying this all now, like the things happening tomorrow. I'm exhausted. Anyways, that's, all I'm saying is I don't need to see more games.
Yeah. Well, if you do, Capcom is a thing. It's happening tomorrow. And then the day after that, if you need a little more Xbox, which I don't, but if they do show more of Forza Motorsport, they're not calling it 8, but if they show more of Forza Motorsport, I'm tuning in.
You didn't get to talk. Unfortunately, like we had a small post show after Xbox, and like Starfield was the the highlight, the showcase.
Yeah,
even the one that got the most time.
Even stole the spotlight from Redfall a little bit.
I mean, the open, like, it was a good sandwich, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
we got a good chunk of Redfall in the opening. I finally see what that game's about. I want to know more. And then close it out with another sandwich, like, other slice, big old slice of bread. Yeah. Starfield, everything in between. You got all sorts of little sprinkles and seasonings and things, but those two are the big sandwich. He's holding the sandwich.
The bun. Just say the bun.
Yeah. That was the bun that was holding it together.
Every time you said slice, I thought you were going to say like the sandwich was being held together by like a slice of tomato or something like that, which is fine if you like lettuce wrap your sandwiches or something. But
that's what I was going to say. You didn't really get a lot to talk about, like stuff you were actually excited to see. Like,
no, I mean, for me,
Hot Wheels.
Forza, as beautiful as the new like motorsport looks, and as awesome as I think the Hot Wheels stuff is, at the end of the day, I don't feel like there's much to say. It's just like, ooh, shiny racing game that's gonna be like great to control and awesome to play, and I'm happy that it finally has a day and night cycle and stuff like that. It's just kind of like self-explanatory, I feel like, when it comes to racing games. I never really know how else to hype it up. It's just like,
man,
you're holding down the trigger, you're going around the track. Now, if I had a whole setup, then I'd really be going in. I'd be talking about my race wheel with the chair and the ultra wide going all around myself.
It's called driving a car. Real life. Not that you can race around the streets like that.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
So you have a point.
Yeah.
He's being a jerk.
So, like I said, if you're interested in more Xbox, there's more Xbox. But on top of that, there is also an Overwatch 2 event that we're going to have coverage of. And there's also a Square Enix event.
Just for like 10 minutes.
Have it. Yeah, which is only 10 minutes, so...
Which is funny, because that's the opposite of what Jeff Keighley did with Summer Game Festival. He was like, temper your expectations. You're, with what I'm going to show you during the Summer Game Fest breakout.
Yeah.
Then Square Enix, somebody at Square Enix is like, you got to tune in for these 10 minutes. You have to be here for these 10 minutes.
That's 10 minutes of your life.
This is going to be the best 10 minutes you ever see. Have you ever saw? I'm going to see big hair, big swords. It's a Final Fantasy stream. But the thing is, I will give him, I mean, we have to see it when it happens. For a weekend of just big old long showcase after showcase after showcase.
Yeah.
Look, man, I love video games. I'm like overstimulated to the point it's like overdosed, which is actually the supposed name of a Kojima horror game we didn't get. But I think that game is about if I saw all of this just overdosed.
Kojima's game is just about you watching a bunch of space horror deck building games over and over again.
In the very end of it, I'm just gonna be sleeping on a table.
Yeah,
which is how I feel.
I mean, you just spoiled the whole game for us, though. Dang. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. It has been a blast to be here and to, like I said, to be in this chair, to share this table with this man, to virtually talk with our soldiers out on the field, Lucy James and Timur Hussein, who have been, going hard with the interviews and getting the gameplay along with the rest of the team at GameSpot over there down in LA. So if you missed anything, all of the VODs are up. All of the interviews, all of the gameplay breakouts and stuff, all over the GameSpot YouTube channel. And hey, go to GameSpot.com as well for a bunch of write-ups and things for games you're interested in as well. I've been Devontae Chisholm.
My man.
This is Kurt Indovina. We have John Luke Saipe way over there, the voice of God.
Jean-Luc's
man
waving
on the
away.
ones and twos who has been manning everything. He is the reason you see us.
He's the camera switching man.
Yeah, he's the reason you see us, and everything has gone so smoothly.
Put these TVs up.
He put the TVs up.
We're all doing good. We all did great.
So until next time. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much. See ya.